ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਐਵਰੀ ਡੇ। ਔਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਰੰਟ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ, ਨਿਊਜ਼, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਚਰਚਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਬਾਰੇ ਚਰਚਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ, ਉਹ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਨੇ, ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਿਸਤਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਤੋਂ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਨੇ, ਜੀਓਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਵੱਲ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਧਿਆਨ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੋਂ ਟੈਰਿਫ ਲਾਏ ਆ, ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਚੇਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਖਰਾਬ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਹਿੰਗਾਈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਵਧਣ ਲੱਗ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਾਰ ਵਧੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨੇ ਵੀ ਬੜੀ ਪਰੇਸ਼ਾਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਮ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਟੈਲ ਯੂ ਕਿ ਕੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਲਾਈਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਵਧੀਆ ਆਇਆ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਐਕਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਵੈਸੇ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਾਈਵ ਚੱਲਦਾ YouTube ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ, ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਡਰਬੀ ਦਾ YouTube ਚੈਨਲ ਹੈ, ਐਕਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਮੇਰਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਹੈਂਡਲ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਫੇਸਬੁੱਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਡਰਬੀ ਦਾ, ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਚੱਲਦਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜਦੋਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਚੈਨਲ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਉਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ, ਐਂਡ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਵੈਰੀ ਥੈਂਕਫੁਲ ਟੂ ਆਲ ਆਫ them। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ। ਥੋੜੇ ਦਿਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਕਮੈਂਟਸ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਚੰਗੇ ਆ ਚਾਹੇ ਮਾੜੇ ਆ, ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਹੈ, ਆਪਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਸਾਂਝੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹਾਂਗੇ। ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਖਾਸ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਹੁਣ ਅੰਡਰ ਦ ਲੀਡਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਆਫ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਅਪਰੋਚ ਲੈ ਰਿਹਾ, ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਅਪਰੋਚ। ਇਹ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਦੋ ਰਾਏ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਅਪਰੋਚ ਤੇ ਚਲਾ ਗਿਆ। ਔਰ ਜੋ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਾਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਸੀ, ਇੱਥੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਸੰਸਥਾਵਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੁਝ ਇੰਡੀਵਿਜੂਅਲਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਜਿਹਾ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਏ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਮ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਾ ਰੱਖ ਸਕੇ, ਔਰ ਕੇਵਲ ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਰੱਖਣ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੋਕਲ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਜਿੱਧਰ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਘੁਮਾ ਲਈਏ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਸਟਿਨ ਟਰੂਡੋ ਦੀ ਗੋਦੀ 'ਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋਏ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਸਟਿਨ ਟਰੂਡੋ ਨੂੰ ਜੋ ਕਹਾਂਗੇ ਤੇ ਪਾਪਾ ਮੰਨ ਜਾਣਗੇ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਹੁਣ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਪਾਪਾ ਚੇਂਜ। ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਆ ਗਏ। ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਨੇ ਹੌਲੀ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ 'ਚ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ। ਜਿੰਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿਗੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਲਾਡਲੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਜ਼ਾਦੇ ਸੀ ਜਸਟਿਨ ਟਰੂਡੋ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੇ, ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੁਣ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਨੇ ਨਾ ਕੇਵਲ ਉਹ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾਣ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਤਾਕਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਸਾਧਨਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਯੂਐਸ ਹੈ। ਯੂਐਸ ਦੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਮਾਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੂੰ ਪਈ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਟੈਰਿਫਸ ਦੇ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਅੱਜ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਅਮੇਜ਼ਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਉਹ ਲਿਆ, ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਲਿਆ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕਰਦਾ, ਐਂਡ ਵੀ ਆਰ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਦੈਟ ਇਨ ਅ ਲੈਂਥ। ਇਹ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਹੈ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਏਰੀਅਲ ਸਰਵੇਲੈਂਸ ਫਲੀਟ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਡਾਰੀਆਂ ਮਾਰਦੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਪਤਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਮੁਲਕ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਖਤਰਾ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੁਸ਼ਮਣਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਵਿਰੋਧੀ ਤੋਂ। ਸੋ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਹੁੰਦੇ। ਇਹ ਸਾਬ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਹੈ, SAAB। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਫਲੀਟ ਬਣਾਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਆਪਣੀ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ। ਇਹ ਸਵੀਡਿਸ਼ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਹੈ, ਸਵੀਡਿਸ਼ ਕੰਪਨੀ। ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੀ ਬਜਾਏ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਸਵੀਡਿਸ਼ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਤੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਅੱਖ ਰੱਖ ਲਈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਵੀਡਿਸ਼ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਤੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਅੱਖ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰੱਖੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦਾ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਅੱਜ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆ ਬਿਆਨ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ। And Canada has entered into negotiations to procure SAB's airborne early warning and control aircraft. This new system will help Canadian armed forces to detect and deter threats across the Arctic. Arctic ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਹੈ, and support more than 3,000 Canadian jobs from skilled trades to engineering and tech. ਇਹ ਸਵੀਡਿਸ਼ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਸਵੀਡਿਸ਼ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਸਾਬ ਦਾ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾ ਪੋਸਟ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਯੂ ਨੋ ਦੈਟ ਆਪਾਂ ਐਵਰੀ ਡੇ ਪੋਸਟਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਕਰ ਦੇਗੀ। ਸੋ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਨੇ ਆ ਪਾਈ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਖਰੀਦਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਔਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਂਟਰ ਕਰ ਗਏ ਹਾਂ ਨੈਗੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਕਿਓਰ ਕਰ ਲਈ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦੇ 에어ਬੋਰਨ अर्ਲੀ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਐਂਡ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ 에ਅਰਕ੍ਰਾਫਟ। ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਵੀਡਿਸ਼ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਉਲਫ ਕ੍ਰਿਸਟਰਸਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਹੈਜ਼ ਡਿਸਾਈਡਡ ਟੂ ਮੂਵ ਫਾਰਵਰਡ ਵਿਦ ਸਾਬ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਆਈ ਐਜ਼ ਇਟਸ ਨਿਊ 에ਅਰਬੋਰਨ ਕੈਪੇਬਿਲਿਟੀ for airborne early warning and control. I look forward to welcoming Canada into the Global Eye family. Global Eye is a highly modern and capable system that now has earned the trust of a fourth country, in addition to Sweden, France, and the UAE. By operating Global Eye, Canada strengthened its ability to safeguard their sovereignty while contributing to NATO's collective defense, including being a vital asset for surveillance and control of the Arctic. As the Global Eye is based on Canadian Bombardier Global 6500 platform, Global Eye is already creating jobs in Canada and working with the Canadian supply chain. This decision ties our two nations even closer. ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਲਿਖੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਸਵੀਡਿਸ਼ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਉਲਫ ਕ੍ਰਿਸਟਰਸਨ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਹੁਣ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ। ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦੇ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਫਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਫਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੀ ਵੈਬਸਾਈਟ ਤੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਸੁਣਾਉਣਾ ਔਰ ਥੋੜੀ ਜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇਣਾ ਕਿ ਦਰਅਸਲ ਇਹ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਕਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਯੂਐਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਖੋਡੇ ਲਾਈਨ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਲਗਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ। ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਦੇ ਆਫਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਜ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਉਹ ਆ ਸੀ। Let me go on to this side. In an increasing dangerous and divided world, Canada must be prepared to defend ourselves and our allies. To that end, Canada's new government has invested over $65 billion over the past year in defense and security, and Canada has reached 2% of defense spending for the first time since the fall of Berlin Wall. So, पहली बार है कि 2% defense spending te Canada पहुंचे and that is, I should say, under the leadership of Mr. Mark Carney. ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਦੀ ਲੀਡਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਦੇ ਅੰਡਰ ਹੀ ਇਹ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਇੰਨਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਉਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਸਵੀਡਿਸ਼ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨੈਗੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਰ ਲਈਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਅਨਾਉਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਉਹ ਅਨਾਉਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਕੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਔਰ ਕੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ? ਡੇਵਿਡ ਮੈਕਗਿੰਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੀ ਅੱਜ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਔਰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੂੰ ਸੇਫ ਰੱਖਣ ਦੇ ਉਪਰਾਲੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ।
Is rebuilding and Canada stepping forward with renewed confidence and purpose. Because our government understands something rudimentary. something fundamental. A stronger Canada requires stronger national defense. And stronger national defense requires a strong Canadian industrial base. That's why all of you in this room are so important. You're not simply suppliers, you're partners in Canada's security, resilience, and future prosperity. We all know the global security environment is changing rapidly, sometimes too fast to follow. From the Arctic to cyberspace, national security and economic security are now deeply connected. And Canada is responding with seriousness, ambition, and confidence in Canadian capability. Because this country has extraordinary talent, extraordinary workers, and extraordinary companies capable of leading on the world stage. That is what CanSec represents. Not only the strength of Canada's defense sector, but the strength of Canada itself. And under the Prime Minister's leadership, Canada is showing the world that we are prepared to lead, we are prepared to invest, and we are prepared to meet this moment with confidence and resolve. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to ask you to join me in helping to welcome the Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
ਜਿਵੇਂ ਯੂਐਸ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਊਜ਼ਿਕ ਚਲਾ ਕੇ ਐਂਟਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਐਂਟਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ
Canadian Prime Minister to speak at CanSec. I don't know why the other ones didn't come. This is fantastic. What a great way to start the morning. Thank you, David, Minister McGuinty, for your leadership. Secretary of State Fuhr, for your leadership. President Doug Guzman, for your leadership.
आवाज I think audio ਦੀ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ disturbance ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ.
Agency. Thank you all
I hope it fix
for being here. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Yogesh bhai. Thank you so much.
For your vision.
Yeah,
everyone in this room, vision to build Canada's defense and security industry. You know, I'm here because the world, and you know this far better than I, but even I sense it. Even I sense it. The world of defense and security are changing rapidly. Here at CanSec, 300 exhibitions, over 100 delegations, the largest CanSec ever. It is the first held at the newly renamed Cohere Center. If you don't know who Cohere is, you will in the coming years in the world of transformation of artificial intelligence. And it's a sign, that name is a sign of just how integrated technology is becoming with defense. Tout le monde ici présent sait que les présomptions qui ont défini des décennies de politique canadienne en matière de défense et d'affaires étrangères ont été chamboulées. Les menaces auxquelles nous faisons face sont nombreuses et se multiplient. Les incursions dans l'Arctique canadien aux attaques contre notre cyberespace. La nature même de la guerre est en rapide évolution, poussée par la prolifération de drones, de systèmes autonomes et d'armes en orbite. Des conflits pourraient émerger plus près de nos frontières qu'avant, et de nouvelles armes réduisent la distance qui nous en sépare. The world's changed. We all know that. Canada must change with it. We get that. And that's why just 6 weeks after forming government, we announced our ambitious plan to rebuild, rearm, and reinvest in the Canadian Armed Forces. We embarked on this project first and foremost to protect Canadians, to defend our territory, to secure our borders, and to protect our sovereignty. Over the past year, Canada's new government has worked at an unprecedented pace and scale. We've enacted the largest increase in defense investment in Canadian history. We're now protecting Canada's high north and Arctic with year-round armed forces presence on land, sea, and air. We've expanded.
I think that's the issue from direct feed.
And the abilities of the Canadian Coast Guard with new resources. And we've given every Canadian Armed Forces member a raise, the largest in a generation, because their pay should reflect the weight of their responsibilities. These things have an impact already. Recruitment in the Canadian Armed Forces is the highest in 3 decades. Canada has achieved NATO's 2% GDP defense expenditure target half a decade ahead of the original schedule, I have to say, for the first time since the fall of the Berlin Wall. I don't know if that's an accomplishment or an admission, but we're there. We are working towards NATO's 3.5% of GDP in 2035 defense expenditure target through major new investments in strategic capabilities, including a modernized submarine fleet and one of the world's largest fleets of icebreakers to strengthen our defense of the Arctic. We are already meeting NATO's 1.5% target for critical defense infrastructure, from upgraded ports, airports, air bases, to new northern operational support hubs to deter threats in the north. And our fiscal framework, our budget, has already provisioned to achieve 4% of GDP in total defense spending by the end of this decade, ahead of NATO's timetable. We will make additional provisions to achieve that 5% NATO target, the 2035 target, at or ahead of schedule. La première mission du gouvernement fédéral est d'assurer la protection des Canadiens et Canadiennes. Nous le faisons d'une manière qui nous permette de créer des carrières bien rémunérées, de renforcer nos chaînes d'approvisionnement intérieures et d'offrir le maximum de retombées à notre économie. C'est pourquoi nous avons lancé d'importantes mesures pour adapter notre système d'approvisionnement en matière de défense et favoriser une construction à grande échelle qui soit rapide, souple et efficace. Nous avons lancé l'Agence de l'investissement pour la défense afin de simplifier le processus d'approvisionnement pour en faire un seul processus centralisé qui réduit les dédoublements d'approbation et les formalités administratives. Now, about time, you say. Yes, c'est le moment. L'Agence d'investissement pour la défense développe les capacités souveraines essentielles à notre aptitude à défendre nos frontières, nos océans et l'Arctique. Et elle contribue à garantir que chaque dollar dépensé maximise les carrières, les industries et les retombées économiques au Canada. Le Canada, et merci Madame Goudon, le Canada dirige les travaux visant à établir la Banque de la défense, de la sécurité et de la résilience. Cette banque va mobiliser de financement à faible coût au Canada et chez nos alliés de l'OTAN afin de renforcer la production et les technologies en matière de défense. In February, we announced, as the minister mentioned, I think you all know, we announced Canada's first ever defense industrial strategy, a bold plan to get our armed forces what they need, when they need it, a plan to scale Canadian defense companies and to put $500 billion to work in strategic sectors of our economy. The framework is simple: build, partner, buy. We are focused first on building in Canada, directing procurement to Canadian firms where we have those sovereign capabilities. Where we can't build alone, we're partnering with like-minded allies, attracting investment, transferring IP, and integrating supply chains so more public dollars flow back to Canada. And to that end, this year, Canada became the first non-European country to join the EU's Safe Defense Procurement Initiative. Now, using that new framework, we're beginning to move ahead with ambitious major investments for our defense and security. And today, as part of our steadfast commitment to defend Canada and to protect our allies, I'm pleased to announce that Canada has entered into negotiations to procure Saab's airborne early warning and control aircraft.
Ah, voilà.
Systems, Saab's Golden Eye will be a key resource for Canadian Armed Forces to detect and deter threats across the Arctic. The Global Eyes, better get the branding right. Global Eyes Airborne, we'll check the contract, make sure we've got the right. That's why we have Guzman and Fuhrer on the case. The Global Eyes Airborne surveillance capability can track objects and signals up to 650 kilometers away. And they'll share in real time that information with the Canadian forces and our allies. At the heart of the Global Eyes system is the Canadian-made Bombardier Global 6500, an aircraft that includes 20% US content, which gives a sense of just how integrated these defense systems are. Saab and Bombardier's expertise is transforming a modern jet into a cutting-edge surveillance aircraft with altitudes of over 30,000 feet. The Global Eye partnership will establish Canadian-based production capability, including aircraft conversion and missionization, engineering collaboration, R&D, and potential participation in radar component production, positioning Canada as an integral part of the Global Eye global supply chain. En tout, ce seront plus de 3,000 emplois qui seront soutenus dans le secteur aérospatial canadien. Et pas moins du tiers de la flotte prévue d'appareils Global Eye sera produit au Canada au cours des 15 prochaines années. Cela représente au moins 40 appareils, y compris les commandes à l'exportation pour les alliés construits par les travailleurs canadiens. At least 40 aircraft.
Yeah.
The Saab Global Eye combines airborne early warning and control with long-range air, sea, and land surveillance in real time, as I said, in a single platform. It's advanced, it's available, and operational. It's one of a kind. This is an example of Canada's defense industrial strategy in action. It builds Canadian strategic autonomy, creates Canadian jobs, and reinforces Canada's position as a global leader. And it's the product of choice for many of our partners, including France, Sweden, the UAE, and more to come. A strong, resilient defense industry requires and that's why today I'm also announcing a series of measures to improve our defense industry partnerships. And in doing so, we're fulfilling commitments we made when we launched that defense industrial strategy a few months ago in February. The first thing, we are transforming our industrial technological benefits policy. We're directing investments towards the areas that most matter for Canadian competitiveness. So foreign contractors that secure Canadian defense contracts will now have stronger incentives to subcontract to Canadian firms and invest in our supply chains. Said another way, they will get more credit for doing so. We're cutting red tape with a new 90-day approval standard, so companies, especially small businesses, get faster and more predictable decisions. We're introducing something called the Strategic Investment Transaction. And this is a new crediting system for high-value investments, such as building or expanding a Canadian facility, funding R&D in Canada, or transferring IP to a Canadian company. In short, we're going to reward those investments that build lasting defense capacity and industrial capacity in Canada. With this new ITB policy, we're making it more valuable to work with Canadian companies by treating those that have at least 70% Canadian content value as if they had 100% Canadian content value, the so-called Canada Boost. The second thing we're going to do is launch a new strategic partnerships framework so companies can work more closely with government to build the sovereign capabilities that the Canadian forces need. So rather than one-size-fits-all procurement, our new framework will catalyze robust partnerships, with government sharing operational priorities and industry bringing your innovation and your expertise. Companies designated as strategic partners will invest in Canadian R&D, grow our domestic supply chains, hire a Canadian workforce. And in return, you can rely on government to be an anchor customer, accelerating approvals and supporting your exports. S'y retrouver parmi les programmes du gouvernement fédéral peut s'avérer difficile, en particulier pour les PME qui font leur premier pas dans le secteur de la défense. C'est pourquoi notre troisième mesure consiste à créer un nouveau service d'orientation qui va nous permettre d'aider les entreprises canadiennes à accéder au soutien dont elles ont besoin pour assurer leur croissance et soutenir la concurrence des marchés de la défense et de double emploi comme l'intelligence artificielle, les technologies quantiques et la fabrication de pointe. Ce service fera le pont entre les entreprises et les programmes fédéraux adaptés à leurs besoins, partenaires provinciaux et possibilités d'exportation et du personnel spécialisé sera intégré à même les associations de l'industrie. Ainsi, les entreprises vont recevoir un service personnalisé. Nous ne nous perdrons plus des détails administratifs et surtout, le gouvernement pourra répondre plus vite aux demandes. All of that says concierge service for our companies. Finally, to ensure the partnership between government and defense industry remains in sync, we will be establishing a new defense advisory forum. That will be comprised of senior industry executives drawn from across our 10 identified sovereign capability areas and from every region of the country. They will advise government on how to best grow our defense industrial base, our investment needs, and they will identify barriers to that growth. The forum will be co-chaired by the Minister of National Defense, the Secretary of State for Defense Procurement. Together, all these measures will help ensure that our defense industry can build bigger and can build faster. We're moving from an approach, a regulatory approach that has to be said that checks boxes, that used to check boxes. We're moving to one that builds our industrial base, our defense industrial base with speed and at scale. We're just getting started. We've committed to doubling our defense expenditure by the end of this decade. Next 10 years, Canada will invest $180 billion directly in defense procurement, $290 billion in defense and security-related infrastructure, and we expect to create an additional over $125 billion in downstream economic benefits. We will boost government investment in defense-related research and development by almost 85%, and we plan to increase our defense sector revenues by over 220%, our defense exports by 50%, and to create 125,000 new jobs in the sector. These are stable, rewarding careers, including for the more than 80,000 Canadians who already work in our defense industry. It extends from engineering and compute to the skilled trades. De nos jours, pour protéger notre souveraineté, la défense conventionnelle ne suffit pas. Il faut également un accès fiable à des capacités stratégiques essentielles, telles que des communications spatiales et un accès sans entrave à l'intelligence artificielle. Il faut une souveraineté numérique, à commencer par une solution technologique à l'ensemble des infrastructures de renseignement. So from the domestic ammunition production to over-the-horizon radar to quantum, cyber, AI, and drones, we're building and partnering with Canadian materials, Canadian expertise, Canadian workers across this country. We're protecting Canada's ability to act independently in a more dangerous and divided world. You know, we used to build in this country. We had built one of the largest aircraft and naval fleets by the end of the Second World War. Canada built one of the world's first autonomous submarines, one of the first drones used by NATO forces. The message today, thanks to you and our new strategy, is we are now building again. We are reinforcing the foundations of the true North, the strong, the free. And going forward, Canada will be defined not only by the strength of our values, but also the value of our strength. Thanks to you. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
अच्छा ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਇੱਥੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਵੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਜੇਕਰ ਉਸ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਦਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਿਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਕਿ ਕੁਝ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਦੇ ਸਵਾਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਵਾਬ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਲਏ ਗਏ ਆ। मैं देख रहे हैं कि जेकर कोई इंफॉर्मेशन ऐसी आती है। यस, उस तो बाद एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है। लेट मी जस्ट टेक यू दैट प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस। प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई है, सो आई एम गोइंग टू शेयर दैट प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस क्योंकि कई सवाल हुए हैं। स्टीवन गिलबो ਅੱਜ ਰਿਜ਼ਾਈਨ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਇਛਾਵਾਂ ਮਾਕਾਰਨ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ এনवायरमेंट ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ, ਕੰਟਰੋਵਰਸ਼ੀਅਲ এনवायरमेंट ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ, ਜਸਟਿਨ ਟਰੂਡੋ ਦੀ ਕੋਠਰੀ ਵਾਲੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਆ। ਸੋ
enforcements, not least because it's Secretary of State Fuhr's 39th birthday today, so if we could all wish him happy birthday afterwards. Again.
Encore. Yeah.
Encore. Okay, yeah, we're not very good with numbers. Okay, I'll skip a statement and I'll just take questions, probably more efficient for everybody. Madame? Oui.
Yasmine Métier avec Radio-Canada, si vous pouvez répondre en français et en anglais.
Oui.
Le départ de M. Guilbeault, est-ce que vous avez tenté de convaincre M. Guilbeault de rester ou est-ce que son départ rend votre vie plus facile?
Non, premièrement, je voudrais remercier M. Guilbeault pour ses contributions innombrables pour les citoyens de sa circonscription Ville-Sainte-Marie, pour le Canada, pour le gouvernement, le cabinet, pour moi-même, beaucoup de contributions en ce qui concerne plusieurs sujets, l'héritage canadien, le patrimoine canadien, l'environnement, la lutte contre le changement climatique et d'autres. Premièrement. Mais c'est la vie. Il y a une fin de tous les aspects d'une carrière pour tous les gens, moi inclus. Alors, c'est le moment pour lui. Je comprends bien sa décision et je souhaite le bonheur à lui et à sa famille.
Est-ce que vous avez essayé de le retenir?
Oui, on a eu des discussions pendant tout le temps, plusieurs sujets. Je sais depuis quelques mois que c'est une possibilité. Alors, mais c'est sa décision et c'est normal. Il y a des députés dans le Parlement de tous les partis. M. Boulris, par exemple, de MPRD, qui prend des décisions pour diverses raisons. In English, first and foremost, what I want to do is thank Mr. Stephen Mr. Stephen Guilbeault, for his many contributions, for the members of his riding, first and foremost, a dedicated MP for Ville Sainte-Marie for these years, for the people of Canada, for the government, for the cabinet, for myself and his vice. We've worked together. We worked together when I was UN Special Representative on climate action and finance as well. So we work together closely in a variety of areas, and I've always enjoyed working with him. And then, in terms of the follow-up questions, of course, it's for him to make decisions about his career and the next stage of career. All aspects of all our careers, even journalists, even prime ministers, get to a point where things change and they make people make decisions. And I very much respect that. And as I say, I've enjoyed it, and I wish him all the best. And I'm sure in some way, shape, or form, we'll have an opportunity to continue to work together on issues of interest. Madame.
Good morning, Prime
Sorry, I'll
Minister.
speak up. Sorry.
Does the visit of China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi later this week pave the way for a visit by President Xi Jinping? And you've said previously that there are guardrails in place in Canada against foreign interference, yet your government has not released publicly the RCMP MOU signed with Chinese police. Why is that?
Well, we don't make a habit. I'll answer the second part of the question first. We don't make a habit of releasing security documents with other governments for reasons of operational security. That is standard practice for this government, previous governments as well. So I don't see a reason to change that in this circumstance. So thank you for that question, but that's our policy, and that's what we stay to. I look forward to the visit of China's foreign minister tomorrow. I will have a chance to meet with him. It'll be a valuable exchange of views, and I appreciate his arrival. Thank you.
Yeah, Prime Minister, I'm hoping you can clarify some remarks that you made after the scrum on Monday. When you were leaving the press conference, you spoke with Minister Robertson, and I want to read what you set out. What are you doing? This is stupid. You've got an off-ramp. Take it. That to me sounds like you're talking about Danielle Smith and the Alberta referendum question.
I was talking to Minister Robertson.
But can you clarify what you were discussing in that point in time? Because the scrum was about what Ms. Smith had done.
No, it was about Minister Robertson. Look, I have, I think if I'm gonna take your question about the relationship with Canada and Alberta, Canada and the federal government and the provinces, and we practice cooperative federalism. We work together. What we're focused on is making the federation work. We're doing that with Alberta. With respect to a variety of aspects of energy. It's much more than a pipeline. It's nuclear. It's interconnects with British Columbia. It's a new industry of carbon capture. It's restarting the renewable market. It's getting a carbon market that actually works, that other provinces can be able to join, so we can broaden out a national carbon market. That's what we're doing there. We're here talking about defense industrial strategy, the benefits of the announcement we just made around the negotiations led by Secretary of State Fuhr and President Guzman on the global eye, and the fact that will bring a third of the production of those aircraft to Canada, of the global production, a minimum of a third to Canada, benefits for supply chains in Quebec and also across the country. That's what we're focused on, and that's the thing.
That was not about the
that's my answer is my answer. Thank you.
You've decided to buy Saab's Global Eye.
Yes.
When is Canada getting submarines, and are you prepared to buy Gripens?
I didn't catch
Are you prepared to buy Gripens?
Well, first, we will take those decisions, both of those decisions, in due course after proper deliberation and taking into account of all the considerations. First and foremost, operational requirements of the Canadian forces. Secondly, very importantly, the broader industrial benefits and true partnerships that we can strike in those cases. I think the Global Eye is, I'll just underscore, this is a partnership. You see 20% of the value add of the base aircraft is American. You see obviously a heavy European component to this, as well as 35% Canadian component. True global partnership that comes together in submarines. As you know, I'll just observe there are two competing bids. Both of them meet the operational specs, the very high operational requirements of the Canadian forces. And so it's a question of those broader benefits. That's been run down. We will not take an hour longer necessary to make those decisions. Thank
Still
you.
on track for the submarine decision by June?
We're still on track, yeah.
Yeah.
By the end of June,
How do you think the ongoing debate about separation in Alberta and upcoming referendum question is going to affect the likelihood or chances that a private sector proponent may come forward to build a West Coast pipeline?
Well, it's first and foremost, I think what we do as the federal government is we continue to work collaboratively with Alberta, with British Columbia, with First Nations, in this case, First Nations, well, I should say Indigenous peoples, because Métis as well, to ensure that if there is a pipeline or related carbon capture or interties between the electricity grids and or nuclear and or other components of this, that it benefits all of the parties and works with all of the parties. In that way, we make two things more likely. One, we make the actual economic activity there more likely, lower emissions more likely, as well as the Federation work better, and of course that has implications for how people vote. Thank
But
you.
you don't think separation but does separation have an impact on whether, you spent a career in business, does separation have an impact on whether a company wants to put their hand up and build a new pipeline?
Well, it's look, my experience in these would be the same as others, is that uncertainty, this type of uncertainty is unhelpful for long-term investment decisions. What I answered, though, is what does the federal government do about this, and in terms of making the Federation work, creating the conditions to create jobs, create prosperity, to get emissions down. All of that is what we're doing. To move forward on reconciliation, truly move forward on reconciliation. That's what we're doing, and that has impacts both for the economic side, but also should have impacts in terms of voting. Thank you.
Prime Minister, you in your latest economic update mentioned that there will be a new minister for the DIA. When will you announce that decision as to who's it going to be? And is Secretary Freer in the running for that position?
Happy birthday, Steve. It's right in there. Look, we'll make a series of decisions in due course around the cabinet. Thank you.
Hi, Prime Minister. Laura Dillon Kane, Bloomberg News. You are heading to New York tomorrow.
Yeah.
What recent movement have you seen on U.S. trade issues, if at all, and do you expect any movement with your meetings tomorrow?
Well, the meetings tomorrow these are private sector meetings. These are with a series of institutions that are either heavily invested in Canada, interested in investing in Canada, and it's sensible to give the story. It's a very efficient use of time to give the story. A lot has changed in Canada, and we're moving forward at speed. You just have to just refer back to what we're discussing here. $500 billion of defense-related investment in the course of the next decade in Canada. Even in New York, that's real money. That's of interest, and there's opportunities to partner, and those will be the discussions. It's not a trade mission in that sense, in terms of trade negotiations. In terms of the overall negotiations, there's ongoing conversations. Minister LeBlanc with his counterpart, including upcoming meetings that he will be having. Thank you. En français, il y a des conversations qui continuent entre les dirigeants du dossier du commerce canado-américain, y compris avec Monsieur le ministre Leblanc et son counterpart. Et pour la mission à New York, c'est plus une mission du secteur privé. Il y a des grands investisseurs au Canada actuels et prospectifs. Merci.
The United States ambassador to Canada has said that the Gordie Howe Bridge is not going to open unless Canada changes the tolling arrangement with Michigan. I'm a little puzzled by this because the contract is between Michigan and Canada. The governor of Michigan says she has no problem with the tolling. Are there any talks underway? And is the United States going to be able to block the opening of the bridge?
To be frank, I didn't see the comments you're referring to. You're right, and the arrangement is between Michigan and Canada. I would remind that Canada paid for the bridge. Canada built the bridge jointly with American contractors, American workers, American materials. It is a great asset for both countries. And there are discussions at the ambassadorial level around the bridge, and Canada's going to be ready to open the bridge, and we look forward to millions and millions of Canadians and Americans and people from third countries going across it over the coming decades. Thank you.
Is there any concern, though, that the administration can block that opening?
Alberta.
We'll take 2 more from Canadian.
Hi. You talk a lot today about GDP targets and defense spending, but how can you ensure that the defense spending will result in long-term economic growth?
Yeah, thank you for that question, because that's one of the core elements of the defense industrial strategy. The point is that we can set out, and this is one of the distinctions we've tried to make. So what I said today, which is new news, but had already been done, we just hadn't revealed that we had embedded in, when I say in the fiscal framework, it means that getting to that 4% of GDP by the end of this decade, which is on the track to the 5% by 2035. It's more than on the track. That's already provisioned for. Your question, which is the right one, is, but what do we spend it on? And how do we get the maximum benefit for Canadians, Canadian workers, Canadian business? And some of the areas we've identified, an earlier question about submarines, about advanced combat aircraft, that's part of it. The next phase of Arctic radar would be part of it, building out these operating hubs, as they're called, or that will be part of it. But there's other elements in a world where technology and the interface between technology and defense, I mean, everything here will be about that. That's changing very rapidly. So what we don't want to do is take a list that was sitting in a drawer from even last year. I've got the experts behind me, but even last year, and say, okay, we'll take that because we've provisioned the money for that. That will be the wrong decision, right? There's some things we know we need, but there's a series of other investments that we can make that will help protect Canadians first and foremost, help our allies. But we can do those in a way, given that the industry is changing rapidly, that, to your point, maximizes the Canadian benefit. And that's why we've changed our purchasing strategy. That's why we have the DIA. That's why the series of measures that I announced today are part of that overall strategy to make sure we get the impact. Thank you. Speaking of experts, yeah, there you go. Yeah.
You said earlier that the submarines, both bids, meet the Navy's high-level requirements.
Yeah.
So what is going to be the deciding factor for you?
Well,
is it the economic bid?
Well, there's a series of aspects there, and again, the gentlemen behind me are leading the charge on that, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to go through into first off, I get something wrong, but also going into detail this day. But yes, certainly the economic implication, the broader economic benefits, it goes to the previous question, to Canada, but a partnership that extends more broadly and strategically. And I'm going to make let me make a meta point, which is this government has been very focused on building, in a positive way, our international partnerships over the course of last year. It's not just a line to say we've signed more than 20 defense and economic partnerships over the course of the last 12 months on 4 continents. It is a line, but it also happens to be true. There's substance to that. There's substance to that, which you'll see later today with the signing of major energy agreement. There's substance to that with what we announced today with this partnership here. There's substance with that, with the decision on the submarines and the broader benefits that's going to bring to Canada and that's going to bring to our allies. So these things are very much connected, and we're starting to see the multiplier effects, and that is going to have a multiplier effect right here at home in terms of jobs, career, resilience, stronger, more independent country. Thank you. Il y a des facteurs, oui, on commence avec des facteurs opérationnels, ça c'est fondamental, mais après ça, il y a deux initiatives, une initiative coréenne et une initiative qui viennent de l'Allemagne et de la Norvège. Ils sont au-dessus, la barrière. Mais il y a des questions des grandes retombées ici au Canada, des jobs et puis des impacts industriels ici au Canada. C'est une des facteurs fondamentaux pour nous. OK, merci.
We'll go to international, Mike.
Hi, Prime Minister. How does getting more LNG to Germany 4 years after there was apparently no business case affect global security, Russia's ability to fund its war, and Canada's role in global security? Will our product displace Russian
Yes.
in the market? And what is the impact of that? And does your Saab comments this morning at an announcement, does it portend a mixed fleet for the fighter jets down the road?
The answer to the first question is Canada is one of the solutions to energy security in Europe, energy security in Asia. The Silicon LNG is, I would add, is the lowest carbon LNG in the world because it's top decile in terms of emissions for the LNG train that creates that. So yes, it contributes to energy security in Germany, and there's a lot more that we can do in partnership with our European partners. I was going to say allies, but in this case, it's about partnership. And that's why we've been having these intensive discussions. And this goes, of course, both ways. In terms of the second, I'm not going to comment about specifics of upcoming procurement. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. Nina from
it's Germany Day, by the way. Yes,
it is Germany Day.
Yeah.
I'm from
well, for you, every
Germany's
day
international
is
broadcaster.
Sorry.
Yeah, but you're intensifying ties, like you just said,
Yeah.
with Germany on many levels. So, what exactly is keeping you from intensifying it when it comes to building submarines? What more does Minister Pistorius need to give you?
Look, the process is moving forward in procurement. Speed and timelines, it's moving at lightning speed. We're almost at the start of June. We're intending to make a decision by the end of June. I'm glad the minister is here. I look forward. I'll have a brief word with him in a moment. And had a good conversation with the chancellor last week. So as I did with the Korean president the week before. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. That's it. Okay.
So the ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਖਤਮ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ ਆ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਖਰੀਦਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਵੀ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਸਵੀਡਿਸ਼ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਸਵੀਡਨ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਬੜੀ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਜਤਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਸਵੀਡਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਹੈ ਪੋਲੀਟੀਕਲ ਪਾਰਟੀ let me just share that with you already information the party a Christian party Christian Democratic Party ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਨੇ ਆ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਐਬਾ ਬੁਸ਼ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਵੈਲਕਮ aboard the global eye family Canada. Sweden has a smaller population than London. Still, Sweden produces our own fighter jets, submarines, AWACS, AW, early warning aircrafts, and launch satellites into space. Like Saab and Bombardier, Sweden and Canada stronger together, friends, partners, allies. So, airborne early warning and control aircraft है AWACS ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ airborne early warning and controls ਇਹ ਖਰੀਦਣ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਹੁਣੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਟੀਵਨ ਗਲਬੂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਭਵਿੱਖ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ Frank Lenai he said go Canada yes absolutely go Canada is doing fantastic and ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪੂਰੀ ਉਮੀਦ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਹੋਰ ਵਧੀਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਸੋ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਵੀਡਨ ਦੇ ਕ੍ਰਿਸਚੀਅਨ ਡੈਮੋਕ੍ਰੈਟਿਕ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਐਬਾ ਬੁਸ਼ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਸਵੀਡਿਸ਼ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਉਲਫ ਕ੍ਰਿਸਟਰਸਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਸੁਣ ਲਿਆ ਔਰ ਸਟੀਵਨ ਗੋਲਬੂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਭਵਿੱਖ ਦੀਆਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੰਗੇ ਭਵਿੱਖ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕਾਮਨਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਨਾਓ ਵੀ ਗੋ ਟੂ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਕੀ ਕਰਨ ਜਾਣਾ? ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੰਡੋ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਭਾਈਚਾਰਾ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਤੋਂ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਯੂਨੀਅਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਫॉर ਕਾਮਰਸ ਐਂਡ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਪਿਊਸ਼ ਗੋਇਲ ਨੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਭਾਰਤੀ ਮੂਲ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰੀ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦੇਣਾ, ਔਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਸ ਤੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਉਸ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਉੱਥੇ? ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ post it for you. Piyush Goyal.
That each one of you makes to Canada, to your Karmabhumi, and thank you for keeping a little bit of India in your hearts, your Marthabhumi. I see a lot of familiar faces. I would love to recognize and acknowledge each one of you, but I would like to particularly recognize the presence and thank Mr. Virendra Sidhu, father of my counterpart, Mr. Virendra Sidhu, who has joined us at this Taismal Island. Thank you, Virendra. I can only tell you, Virendra ji, you brought up a very fine gentleman. Virendra is a great friend and partner to work with, and under his guidance and under the leadership of Prime Minister Carney, I have absolutely no doubt that the political reset that has happened between Canada and India will result in a very, very strong and robust free trade agreement finalized between Canada and India before the end of the year. Friends, India has arrived. Gone are the days when the world looked upon India as a fragile five economy. I don't know how many of you remember. And in the passage of time, it's actually good to forget some of these old things. But there was a time when we took our Indian passport and we traveled across the world, and people looked down upon us. Do you remember 15 years ago, if you went to any country in the world, what kind of a reception did we get as Indians? अगर हिंदी में बोलो तो हमें नीचा देते थे, हमारे पासपोर्ट की वो इज्जत नहीं थी। भारत के मूल ताकत को दुनिया रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं कर पाती। भारत की ताकत सदियों से इंडिया was always a very powerful nation, an enlightened nation, blessed with natural resources, blessed with spirituality, blessed with a rich heritage, traditions, family value systems, but we were never recognized for all our strengths across the world. Our economy was weak when we came into government in 2014. Low growth, high inflation, dwindling foreign currency reserves, banking sector in a shambles. And in that year, banks had non-performing loans and restructured loans as high as 12 or 13%, collectively making a huge loss. The public sector banks alone probably made a 80,000 crore rupee annual loss. Investors were fighting shy of India. Things have changed. Today, you go anywhere in the world. After all, High Commissioner just mentioned that I was received by Prime Minister Gandhi. I met Ms. Anita Anand, the Foreign Minister, Mr. McDonald, the Agriculture Minister. It was not Piyush Goyal that they were meeting. It was 1.45 billion Indians. The power that India represents today, the talent, the skill that each one of you bring to the table, it was your achievements that were being recognized. I was only a symbol of the India story. And the India story in the last decade is one of empowerment, empowering 1.4 billion people, young India, a very talented and skilled India, today aspiring for a better quality of life, aspiring for a better future for their children. India today does not rest on its laurels. India today is working for much more. India today is working to become a developed country, a prosperous country, a Viksit Bharat by 2047, when we celebrate 100 years of independence. And the 4 crore Indians, almost 20 lakh of them, nearly 2 million in Canada, people of Indian origin, define the aspirations that we hold in India. Your achievements, your successes encourage Indians back home to also dream big, to look for a better future for their families. And therefore, when India was celebrating 75 years of independence in 2022, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi gave to the country Raj Pran, his vision of India in the form of 5 commitments. And I'd like to just jog your memory and invite all of you to be a part of this journey in the Amrit Kaal, this journey until 2047, where 140 crore Indians have given unto themselves the mission, have collectively prepared the roadmap to make India a $30 trillion economy by 2047. Friends, this journey from 4 trillion today to 30 trillion is going to define the future of India. This journey is not going to be easy, but this is eminently doable given the strong encouragement, given the strong empowerment that each Indian today feels. Gone are the days when Hindi films used to be made about roti, kapda, or makan. Gone are the days when good quality education or healthcare was the privilege of a few. If you look at the journey of the last 10 years, 12 years, we have made sure that all the basic needs of every individual are taken care of. India today is underdeveloped in food. Our food security is the envy of the world. Nearly 40 million families were provided with a free home so that no child born in India has to suffer in his childhood, suffer a low quality of life in his early formative years. 800 million Indians are given free food, even though they can afford it. But to ensure that at no point of time when this process started, the process of giving free food grains during COVID, when Prime Minister Modi wanted to make sure that no child sleeps hungry at night. And we've continued that just as a security, as a safety buffer for the less privileged sections of society. Quality healthcare is ensured through Ayushman Bharat. 700 million Indians are assured of free healthcare. Gone are the days, and many of our older family members can tell you of the past, where if anybody fell ill in the family, mothers and sisters had to sell their ornaments or dip into the small savings of the family just for treating a near and dear one. Today, education and high quality education coupled with skill development is being encouraged, is being promoted and being provided to children across the length and breadth of the country so that food, clothing, healthcare, education, housing, good connectivity, infrastructure, electricity, water, digital connectivity, all the basic needs of a family are taken care of, are provided. Families are empowered, young children are empowered to think big, to plan big, to achieve big. And ladies and gentlemen, look at the systematic way in which the Indian economy has turned around. Right in 2014, we launched the Jan Dhan Yojana, the financial inclusion plan, and under that plan, 550 million bank accounts have been opened across India so that everybody gets connected to the banking system and gets out of the dependence on money lenders and feels is able to go and get into a bank and both savings and credit are today not the privilege of a few but available to all. The Mudra Yojana was launched for small businesses to have money on call, with the government of India backing it up with guarantees to ensure that the entrepreneurial spirit of young India gets encouraged, gets opportunity. Digital India was launched, and we are proud that today 5G mobile connectivity has reached the length and breadth of India. 1 billion internet users today are seeing what is happening around the world very late in the night in India just now. Otherwise, they would have been watching all of us assembled here in such large numbers to celebrate India. And these 1 billion internet users, look at what is happening around the world and desire that quality of life for their families back home. In fact, the second largest cohort of ChatGPT users is in India today. I don't know, you must have seen children in kindergarten and first and second grade today not playing with video games anymore, but playing with their smartphone, connecting to the rest of the world. Make in India program was launched in 2015 to bring the mojo back into manufacturing in India. Startup India was launched to encourage young Indians to get out of the mindset of job seekers and make them job creators, encourage innovation, encourage their mind to think of newer and newer ideas, encourage them with the spirit of inquiry to experiment newer ways of work, new ways of doing business. Friends, through the last 10 years, while on the one hand, Prime Minister Modi continued to provide a good quality of life and take people out of poverty into the middle classes, he also focused on creating infrastructure and scale. India today invests about $130 billion every year on adding to our capacity in ports, railways, airports, our electricity grid, water reaching every home through the Jal Jeevan Mission, ensuring new connectivity right up to the villages, strengthening our border security. All these infrastructure initiatives are today paying rich dividends in terms of lower logistics costs, better connectivity across the country, encouraging tourism, encouraging more and more people to travel. You must have heard about the Vande Bharat, new railway coaches and railway trains, modern in outlook and conveniences, fast, efficient, taking people across the country. Our airports have more than doubled from 74 to over 160. And I dare say, India today has some of the best airports in the world, far better than many in the Western world. We started about 100 plus new waterways. I don't know how many of you keep visiting in India, but today, the highways and expressways that we make in India are comparable to the best in the world. Any of you been to Bombay recently? Have you been on the coastal road? You have. Have you been on Atal Setu, connecting Mumbai to the mainland? Next time around, and very soon it will be fully operational. Drive down on the Bombay-Delhi-Mumbai-Delhi Expressway. It's a 16-lane expressway. Modern amenities along the way, cutting down travel time from Delhi to Mumbai. electric-powered SUV from Mumbai with 7 people on board. You can reach Delhi in 12 hours. I'm assuming you will maintain the speed limit. It's a very difficult on that expressway. For 1,000 rupees, which is what? 15 Canadian dollars? Is that right? For 15 Canadian dollars worth of electricity that it will take to charge your SUV battery, probably once or twice a day, twice maybe, you can reach from Mumbai to Delhi, 7 people at OPEX or operating cost or running cost of 15 Canadian dollars. That's in the world can do that. Because electricity is cheap, abundantly available. 50% of our installed capacity is renewable energy. Solar energy today is available in India for 2 rupees 50 paisa per kilowatt hour. That is
I think there is some issue with the
at OPEX or operating cost or running cost of 15 Canadian dollars. Where else in the world can you do that? Because electricity is cheap, abundantly available. 50% of our installed capacity is renewable energy. Solar energy today is available in India for 2 rupees 50 paisa per kilowatt hour. That is probably 3.5 Canadian cents per unit of energy. I don't know what you are paying in Canada. Until data in Canada costs several times more than India. Until a few hours ago, I was saying 10 times more. But the High Commissioner corrected me and said possibly it's about 30 or 40 times more. I don't know what you pay in Canada, but we in India have some of the lowest cost of data. Lowest cost of maybe water also. Because our $4 trillion economy has a purchasing power equivalent to a $15 trillion economy. The cost of living is that much less. Producing 1.4 million STEM graduates every year, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We are today providing talent to the world from India. I say all of this, ladies and gentlemen, because when Prime Minister Modi made those 5 commitments, and he said that by 2047, we all wish to see India as a developed nation, as a nation where we have a $20,000 per capita income. It is only possible when we have each one of you and the 1.45 million Indians working with the spirit of duty. कर्तव्य भावना से जब हम सब सामूहिक रूप से कलेक्टिवली ये प्रतिज्ञा करें, ये अपने आप में संकल्प करें कि हमें भारत को एक विकसित देश, एक समृद्ध देश बनाना है और 2047 तक बनाना है. When it becomes the collective commitment of that sadly prevailed for several years after independence. When we take pride in our roots, in our culture, in our heritage, in our traditions, when India and all Indians stay united in this commitment, that, ladies and gentlemen, will be the defining moment that will spoil the Indian growth story. And when Prime Minister Modi receives 32 national awards from countries around the world, 32 countries, the highest civilian honor bestowed on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Apart from that, there are many other awards from international organizations. Recently, the Food and Agriculture Organization gave him the Agricole Medal, the highest award that they give. Several other awards, but 32 nations conferring their highest civilian award and honor on Prime Minister Modi is an honor for every Indian across the world, because it is your contributions that they are. Prime Minister Modi is your representative. Not politically, you are all from Canada. Your allegiance is to the Canadian nation. But each one of you takes pride in your roots, takes pride in the achievements of India. And we take pride in your achievements. We feel proud when we see all of you do so well across the world. And I know for a fact that when we are received, when we are negotiating with other countries around the world, you might be all aware that in the last 3.5 years alone, we have entered into 9 free trade agreements. 9 free trade agreements. These cover 28 countries. And all of these 28 countries are rich and prosperous countries. They are developed nations. Together, collectively, they cover nearly 2/3 of the global economy. 2/3 of international trade moves through these 38 countries that are free trading partners. Friends, this is a recognition of the India story. There is no free lunch. They're doing these agreements with India because they see potential in India. They want to work with India because of the inherent strengths that India brings to the table. They want to leverage not only the decisive leadership that we have in India, Prime Minister Modi leading from the front, taking the India story to the world. They want to work with a democratic nation, a nation where the rule of law prevails, where they feel confident that their investment is secure, their business is secure. They understand the diversity that India brings. It's a powerful message. They understand that the demand that 1.4 billion aspirational Indians generate is a huge opportunity. They understand the demographic dividend of India, with nearly 2/3 of the population less than 35 years of age. Our average age is less than 30 years. Democracy, decisive leadership, the demographic dividend, the demand that India generates, the digital world that India has embraced. All of these, ladies and gentlemen, make for a very compulsive, a very strong case, which is why countries around the world wish to work with India, wish to engage with India. We are very happy said, with the government of Canada, with the people of Canada, they're extremely cognizant of the huge possibilities that Canada and India have to share with each other. We're two economies that complement each other. We're not in competition. What India has to offer will help the Canadian economy. What Canada has to offer will help India in its growth story. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the fastest growing large economy in the world today beckons you to also leverage the India growth story. I invite each one of you. We have chartered accountants, maybe an Indian chartered accountant in almost all the top corporations in India. We have doctors here. I'm sure there must be an Indian doctor in every good hospital in India. We have engineers here bringing AI, quantum computing, machine learning, all the modern technologies, research, innovation into Canadian corporations. We have nurses here serving the elderly, bringing people back to good health. Not to speak about the wonderful chefs and restaurant owners who have caught the fancy of the Canadian people. Everywhere I go, they tell me, I love to have some Hyderabadi biryani or chicken curry. India has a lot to offer. We Indians have a lot to contribute to Canada. And when we will act as the ambassadors of India and the India story in Canada, imagine what a force multiplier each Indian here can be. Not only in strengthening the Canada-India journey together on relations, but also supporting the India growth story back home. Now think about it, friends. Suppose each one of you, in your company, in your neighborhood, amongst your friends, was to talk to your friends, talk to your co-workers, your colleagues, about traveling to India as a tourist. 1.8 million Indians take one family each to India every year. We could bring 5 million more tourists to India. I'm working on the air connectivity and Minister City. With 5 million more tourists coming from Canada to India, I think Kapil can tell us what that would mean in terms of employment and jobs, business opportunities, foreign currency earnings. If you could encourage more corporations to invest in India, to manufacture in India, to take the services available in India, imagine what a huge contribution each one of you can do for those who have been left behind in the journey of life, the marginalized sections of society. Each one of you has a role to play in the India's growth story. It's for you to take a call. It's for you to make up your mind in which way and how you are going to contribute to your motherland while working in Canada for the Canadian economy. You will come across several opportunities which which will help strengthen the bonds between Canada and India. Leverage them. Be cognizant of your own strengths. And I'm sure going forward, the sky is the limit to this relationship. Of course, we've set some short-term targets. We believe that the 17 billion bilateral trade should triple to 50 billion in the next 5 years. I'm calculating in US dollars because that's what the mind is more used to. And it's eminently doable, friends. Both countries are countries which can significantly play a role on the global stage. Our friendship, our relationship between Canada and India is very consequential in the global economy too. And therefore, I would like to appeal to each one of you, strengthen the bonds of friendship with Canada. Let's work together. Let's work towards greater prosperity for the people of Canada, for the people of India. Let's take the message that Prime Minister Modi often speaks about. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. And Indians have always upheld this glorious tradition. We have always believed in caring for the other, in caring for everybody. Our neighbors, our co-workers, irrespective of where they come from, irrespective of what faith, what language anybody professes. India stands for oneness. India stands for universal brotherhood. India stands for bringing people closer together. And I have full confidence that the people of Canada, the people of Indian origin in Canada, and the Indians back home, all of us working together to strengthen this partnership, can take it to much greater heights and will make this a defining partnership of the 21st century. Let's all of us commit ourselves. Let's all of us make a declaration of confidence. Build up the India-Canada story of oneness. Take it to the people. Go back home to your village, to your town, to your city in India. Leverage some opportunity there. Bring it to Canada. Maybe some textile, maybe some Kolhapuri chappals for those of you from Maharashtra who know that. Get some Fifra jalebi store into Canada. I know Amritsari kulchas and cholas are very famous here. Of course, cuisine is just one element, but it can really bring people together. But there's so much that we have to offer Canada, and you have from Canada to offer to India. Let's work together. I know the High Commissioner and the Consul General are working relentlessly to strengthen the relations between Canada and India. We stand committed to this partnership, and I invite all of you to be a part of this journey that Canada and India are going to take together, this journey of growth, the journey of a better, brighter future It's great to be amongst friends here. It's great to meet so many of you together at one place. And I wish you well. I wish your families well. I hope you will be celebrating 21st June as International Yoga Day in a very, very grand manner, as I heard you do every year. And I hope some of you will continue to hold the flag of India. When you come to India, even as a Canadian, you will come with the goodwill and the good wishes of Canada to India. Whenever we come to Canada, we look up to all of you Canadian brothers and sisters, working here, serving here, learning here, as a part of our extended family. Thank you very much for your friendship.
ਕਾਫੀ ਲੰਬੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਪੀਚ ਸੀ। ਲੀਡਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ, ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਬੋਲਣਾ ਤੇ ਕੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੋਲਣਾ। ਐਂਡ ਇਟ ਵਾਜ਼ ਇਨਡੀਡ ਅ ਵੈਰੀ ਲੌਂਗ ਸਪੀਚ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇਣ ਲੱਗਾ ਨਾ, ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ। ਇਟਸ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ। ਇਹ ਕੀ ਹੈ? ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਤੇ ਜਰਮਨੀ ਇੱਕ ਹਿਸਟੋਰਿਕ ਡੀਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਰਨ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਤੋਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਅਨਾਉਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ। ਐਂਡ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ। ਅੱਜ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ, ਵੈਸੇ ਵੈਨਸਡੇ ਨੂੰ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ, ਵੈਨਸਡੇ ਨੂੰ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ। ਔਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸੋ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕਿ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਤੋਂ, ਇਟਸ ਅ ਬਿਗ ਨਿਊਜ਼। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧ ਰਿਹਾ, ਬਹੁਤ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਐਂਡ ਦਿਸ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, one sec। ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਜਾਣੀ। ਔਰ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੱਜ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ। ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਔਰ US ਦੀ ਡੀਲ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਆਬਜ਼ਰਵਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਬਟੇਨ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕੰਪਲੀਟ ਵਰਜ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਦ ਕਰੰਟ MOU between Iran and United States. वो कहते कि declaration of end of war through the Middle East, respect for each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity. This one said. Negotiation of final deal within 60 days, the deadline of which may be extended for mutual agreement, lifting of naval blockade within 30 days, opening of the Strait of Hormuz by Iran within 30 days, a pledge of a $300 billion reconstruction program for Iran upon the signing of the final deal, removal of primary and secondary sanctions on Iran according to a schedule if a final deal is reached, freezing of Iran's nuclear program in exchange for the United States not tightening sanctions, temporary lifting. ਅੱਛਾ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਲਿਖੀਆਂ ਨਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਖੰਡਨ ਕਰਤਾ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਕਿੱਥੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ? ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ। ਫੌਕਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਫੌਕਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਆਹ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਗਲਤ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਫੌਕਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ? ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਾ। ਆਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਐਂਡ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਇਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਲੱਗਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੋ ਕਾਲਡ MOU ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਗਲਤ ਹੈ। ਫੌਕਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ।
New this hour, Iran's state TV is putting out what it claims is a draft of the initial framework with the U.S. Now, there are a number of points in here that appear to be very out of step with a lot of the U.S. red lines. So take this information with a very large grain of salt. But Iran is claiming that the Memorandum of Understanding would have the U.S. withdraw forces and lift the naval blockade in exchange for Iran restoring commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz within a month, with all ship traffic managed by Iran. They further claim if a deal is reached, it would become binding with a UN Security Council resolution. We have heard no updates from the U.S. side, but the White House has repeatedly pushed back on premature reports and inaccurate reports about what these discussions entail. This is new from Iran today, so likely we'll hear some response from the White House. But today the president is set to meet with his cabinet to discuss all of this after scrapping plans to convene at Camp David due to bad weather, the same place where he convened his cabinet last year just before bombing Iran's nuclear sites. The stakes are very high. Iran accused the U.S. of a grave violation of the ceasefire after CENTCOM carried out what it described as defensive strikes on missile launch sites and Iranian boats trying to lay mines. Iran vowed to respond, and all of this was just days after the president announced a deal to
ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਐਸੀ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਨਹੀਂ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਇਰਾਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੰਟਰੋਲਡ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਸਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨਾ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਹੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਬਹੁਤਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹਾਸਲ ਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦੇ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਕੁ ਸਹੀ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਕੁ ਗਲਤ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਡੀਲਸ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਔਰ ਜਰਮਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡੀਲ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਅਨਾਉਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਟੂ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ। ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਲਾਈਵ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਾਈਵ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ। ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਧਰ ਉੱਧਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤੀਆਂ ਮਾਰਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ। ਇਹ ਲਾਈਵ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ।
Are we all on one side?
I don't know.
Looks like we're all on one side.
It's not a flag wedge, it's something else. We're in formation.
Good to roll?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. It's great to be here with you at this important announcement today.
Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that the City of Vancouver is situated on the shared, unceded, and ancestral traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I'm really proud of the work that our government is doing to advance projects that will create real, tangible opportunities here in British Columbia alongside the provincial government and international and Indigenous partners. The agreement announced today will create thousands of good, skilled jobs, open doors to new opportunities for local businesses and supply chains, helping strengthen Canada and British Columbia's role in the global energy economy. It's initiatives like this one that are ensuring our province remains a key player in global energy security at a time where reliable, trusted partners are more important than ever. Because a Team Canada approach is the best approach. And with that, I'll pass it off to Minister Hodgson to make this exciting announcement. Thank you. Merci beaucoup tout le monde.
Thanks, Jake. And thank you very much for being with us here today. Hello, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, Minister Dix, President and Chief Clayton, and Deputy Counsel Derek Jacobi from Germany. Thank you all for being here to celebrate this day. And leaders from industry and the Indigenous communities, thank you for being here today. Thank you for being here to mark an exciting and important milestone for Canada's energy future. It's been just over a year since I became Minister of Natural Resources. And at that time, I started saying Canada has what the world wants. That's because we not only have abundant energy and extraordinary natural resources, but we also have some of the most skilled workforces in the world and one of the most educated populations in the world. We have a reliable democracy. We have impressive Indigenous leadership, and we have access to 3 oceans on which to ship our goods to the world. And increasingly, Canada is something even more valuable than all of these things. We have trust. In a moment that feels uncertain and volatile, the world trusts Canada. You don't have to take it from me. A few weeks ago, the executive director of the International Energy Agency, Fatih Birol, visited Canada, and he said the very same thing. This trust, as Dr. Birol said, gives Canada a golden opportunity. He said, and I quote, "When I look at the world, the energy-hungry world, it needs Canada more than ever." Ladies and gentlemen, the world is indeed an energy-hungry world. As the Prime Minister said when he was here in Vancouver just last week, we are not in normal times. We are in an energy crisis of epic proportions across 3 dimensions: energy availability, energy security, and energy transition. So let me elaborate briefly on all 3. First, many of our allies around the world are facing an urgent challenge with respect to energy availability. While we are fortunate not to be facing anything close to a shortage in Canada, we know that energy markets are global, and this availability challenge shows up in Canada as an affordability challenge. That's why last month we canceled the federal fuel excise tax on gasoline and diesel, because Canadians shouldn't have to pay for a war they didn't start. The second dimension of this energy crisis that the Prime Minister identified is energy security. This dimension is only getting more apparent as the world becomes more dangerous and divided. Global energy markets are highly integrated, and it's getting clearer and clearer that integration is potentially a vulnerability for our allies around the world, especially in Europe and Asia. However, this is a vulnerability Canada can help solve with responsible development and new exports of our energy resources. The third dimension of this energy crisis is the need to address climate change through a successful energy transition, one that has the potential to create good-paying Canadian jobs, to enhance Canada's leadership in areas like nuclear, CCUS, and renewables, and one that makes energy more secure and affordable for all Canadians. And while growing our economy on the way to net zero, and also while growing our economy on the way to net zero by 2050. Anyone who tells us the dimensions of this energy crisis are not daunting is not telling the truth. As we tackle this challenge, the policies we make, the projects we build, and the direction we set today will determine our trajectory for years to come. But with crisis comes opportunity, which brings me back to the urgent need for Canada to not just talk about our resource wealth, but use our energy and natural resources to put the proverbial best cards in our hands and to build Canada strong for all. We must translate advantage into action. We must build projects that strengthen our economy, that diversify our supply chains, and that enhance our energy sovereignty, as well as expand our exports beyond a single market. Building these projects will create good Canadian careers. They will advance Indigenous reconciliation, and they generate the revenue to pay for things we care about as Canadians. Things like healthcare, childcare, public safety, and infrastructure. As Minister of Energy, that's how I measure success. Projects greenlit, partnerships with Indigenous peoples struck, exports sold to new markets, and jobs and prosperity created for Canadians. To that end, I'm extremely pleased to announce that the leading German energy utility, Securing Energy for Europe, or SEFE, has signed a new agreement to buy liquefied natural gas offtake from Silesium LNG. This marks a major milestone for this project as it advances towards its final investment decision, its construction and production. Through this agreement, SEFE will purchase 1 million tons per annum of LNG for up to 20 years, beginning in the early 2030s. Less than a year ago, Canada made history as we shipped our first cargo of LNG to global markets. Today, this contract represents the first agreement that we see long-term, low-carbon LNG from Canada being shipped to our allies in Europe. A clear example of how we can not only support global energy security, reduce reliance on coercive actors like Russia, advance Indigenous leadership and equity, but also deliver on our promise to Canadians to diversify and expand our trade. This agreement is a testament that the Prime Minister's trade diversification efforts are working. In fact, this agreement stems from a trade mission our cabinet took to Germany in August of 2025, led by the Prime Minister. On that trip, we committed to exploring further collaboration on energy, including Canada's interest in supplying Germany with liquefied natural gas. We were honored to have President Clayton and representatives from Silesium with us in Berlin, where they first made contact with SEFE and began discussions that became the agreement Canada and Germany are celebrating today. And since that trade mission, our government has been advancing this project together in partnership with our good partners from the government of British Columbia. Less than 3 weeks after that mission to Berlin, Silesium's project was approved under Canada and BC's One Project, One Review agreement, proving the very point of such agreements when the project was greenlit by British Columbia at 4 p.m. on September 15th, 2025, and by the federal government at 4:30 p.m. the same day. 2 months later, we took the next step by referring Silesium LNG to the Major Projects Office, along with the 800-kilometer Prince Rupert Gas Transmission Project to supply feed gas for liquefaction, and a 95-kilometer electricity transmission line to supply zero-carbon clean electricity to the facility for liquefaction. This referral was made for several reasons, all of which demonstrate this project's significant nation-building potential. First, Silissum LNG, together with the Niska Nation, Western LNG, and Rockies LNG, in a partnership that places Indigenous ownership and leadership at the center of development. I've been enormously privileged to get to know President Clayton in her capacity leading this project over the last year. And I can say from experience that her approach not only strengthens the Niska Nation, but this province and this country as a whole. Thank you. It serves as an example of how governments and Indigenous partners can and should work together as equals, guided by Indigenous knowledge and leadership, to build big things in a responsible way. Second, we referred the Silissum project to the MPO for its transformative economic potential. Once built, it will become Canada's second largest LNG facility, attracting nearly $30 billion in private sector investment and creating thousands of skilled careers for Canadians. By fundamentally changing Canada's role as a global LNG supplier, Silissum will generate significant economic activity in British Columbia and beyond. It will contribute more than $15 billion in GDP to the Canadian economy over the coming 30 years. Thirdly, Silissum represents an extraordinary example of responsible, sustainable, low-carbon resource development. It has been designed to be connected to British Columbia's world-leading clean electricity grid, meaning it has the potential to be a net zero emissions facility. By using clean hydropower for the liquefaction process, the facility also is expected to operate at an emissions intensity approximately 94% below the current global average once fully electrified. Let me repeat that, 94% below the global average. That is important not only for Canada's mission to fight climate change, but our global push to reduce emissions. Because low carbon intensity Canadian LNG displacing higher emitting energy sources around the world, like coal, will avoid global emissions while helping our allies strengthen their energy security amidst the energy crisis I mentioned at the start of this speech. This is particularly important.
ਸਟੀਵਨ ਗਿਲਬੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ এনवायरमेंट ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਅਸਤੀਫਾ ਦੇ ਗਏ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਲੈਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੈਂਟ ਦ ਲੈਟਰ ਹੇਅਰ, ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਚੱਲਾਂਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਪਰ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਦੇਖੀ ਹੋਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਧਾਈਆਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਫਿਊਚਰ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਔਰ ਬੈਸਟ ਆਫ ਲੱਕ ਭੇਜੀ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਲੈਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਇਹ ਭੇਜੀ ਗਈ ਸਟੀਵਨ ਗਿਲਬੋ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ এনवायरमेंट ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਸਟੈਪ ਡਾਊਨ ਕਰਕੇ। ਡਿਊਰਿੰਗ ਦ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ caucus meeting, I announced to my colleagues that I will be stepping down from my seat as a member of parliament from the riding of Laurier St. Mary late this summer. I will remain as a member of Liberal caucus until then. So गर्मियां तक रहेंगे। I will make a statement in the House of Commons around 4 p.m. this afternoon. यानी कि 1 बजे के करीब ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇਣਗੇ। The decision is the result of careful consideration. After almost 7 years member of parliament and minister, I have come to the conclusion it is the right time to pursue my fight for environmental protection and fight against climate change in a different way. I think ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਤੋਂ ਪੁਲ ਪਲ ਚੜਨਗੇ ਜਾਂ ਉਤਰਨਗੇ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ। ਖੈਰ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਉਸੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਤੇ ਜਰਮਨੀ ਦਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ announcement ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ।
Exporting to our friends and partners in Germany and beyond by the early 2030s. Before I conclude, I want to note that while I'm pleased to celebrate the deal with Silissum LNG and CEFE today, what we're seeing in British Columbia is also bigger than just one project or one deal. This province is at the forefront of Canada becoming a clean and conventional energy superpower. It is also becoming a global example of a new model for energy development, one that prioritizes Indigenous partnership and cleaner growth. In fact, BC is building from scratch one of the largest, cleanest, and most inclusive LNG industries in the world. An industry that will create prosperity and revenues to pay for the service that British Columbians and Canadians, including Indigenous peoples, rightly expect from their governments. It started with LNG Canada Phase 1. And 2 weeks ago, we took a major step closer towards a final investment decision on LNG Canada Phase 2. Today's announcement is setting up Salicum's LNG for a final investment decision in the coming months. And it's just the beginning of the story. We also have 2 additional projects under construction. Wood Fibre LNG, set to come online in early 2027. And Cedar LNG, expected to begin operations in 2028. Notably, Wood Fibre LNG is breaking new ground as the first industrial project in Canada to recognize a non-treaty Indigenous government, the Squamish Nation, as a full environmental regulator, setting a powerful precedent for what environmental stewardship and industrial growth can look like. Moreover, Cedar LNG, led by the Haisla Nation, will be the world's first Indigenous, majority-owned LNG export facility powered by clean electricity. Ladies and gentlemen, it's clear Canada and British Columbia are open for business. And ladies and gentlemen, the rest of the world is noticing. At the end of last month, Shell's CEO, Wael Sawan, said his confidence in Canada as a place to build and invest has grown significantly over the last year. This confidence goes beyond any one project. We are seeing unprecedented confidence in Canada as a place to invest. Confidence in our new approach and the fact that Team Canada is truly moving faster and building bigger while protecting our environment and advancing Indigenous leadership and equity. It's a busy port. We're not just going on trade missions. We're coming back with deals like the one we're announcing today. We're not just talking about the golden opportunity Dr. Birrell mentioned. We are seizing it. And we're not just ready to build, we are building. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. I'll now pass the mic over to my good friend and colleague, Minister Adrian Dix.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here today on the territories of the Musqueam, of the Squamish, of the Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. It's an honor to be here with Minister Hodgson. We're going to get you a special pass for all your trips to British Columbia. Be here with MP Sawatsky. I want to say as well my appreciation and respect for President Eva Clayton of the Nisga'a government and the role that that government has played in treaty making, of course, foundationally, but also for children and families, for healthcare, for education, for economic development, for forestry, for taking care of the land, for the environment, and now breaking new ground in this area. I am honored always to share the stage with President Clayton, always to share the stage with people from the Nisga'a government. I want to welcome Deputy Consul General Jacoby as well here, and our offices are right next door, so it's pretty good. This is an important announcement today. It reflects what's going on in British Columbia, which is substantive projects with proponents and plans and agreements and environmental approvals and led by First Nations that are, I think, not just in many ways unique in North America, unique in Canada, and unique in North America, unique in the world. We currently have 35 projects of a value of $88 billion. Wait, that was 2 weeks ago. The number is now more than $100 billion. We announced more clean energy projects and the progress that Minister Hodgson has indicated with respect to LNG Canada 2. The Nisga'a project is a demonstration of how we are doing business in BC, addressing issues fundamentally while maintaining the highest standards. The Nisga'a insist on it, we insist on it. On June 4th, 2025, the substantial start decision was made by the BC Environmental Assessment Office, that was a key decision. On September the 15th, as Minister Hodgson has suggested, we gave environmental assessment approval to the Nisga'a office, and because of our one review, one project approach that we've done together, the federal government joined us that day. That time on that project, the work was done by the province of BC with the support of the federal government, but that's taking care of what needs to be taken care of. On November the 4th, the BC Energy Regulator gave the facility permit for Nisga'a. On November 21st, we passed legislation that made it easier for large potential projects to hook on the BC energy grid and advance the North Coast transmission line by passing legislation. On January 20th, 2026, we signed a deal with Solicitums and with the Nisga'a government, an electricity agreement between BC Hydro and them that will ensure that the 600 megawatts are there and outline when they'll be there and how they'll be there. This is how you address issues, and the major permitting questions have been resolved on this project. It's the work that we're doing together. And why are we doing it? Because this is tens of billions of dollars of investment, thousands of good paying jobs, agreements and projects led by Indigenous governments that are setting an example for the country and for the world. Prosperity for communities, for Canada and for British Columbia. And yes, the lowest emission LNG in the world. This is a significant project that will contribute now and in the future to regional, provincial, and national prosperity. It's a substantial project. It's a real project. Je dirais quand on parle des dizaines de milliards d'investissements en Colombie-Britannique, quand on parle des milliers d'emplois bon payants, quand on parle des partenariats entre les Premières Nations et le gouvernement et les entreprises, quand on parle de la prospérité pour les communautés un peu partout dans la province et dans le pays, quand on parle du changement, on reçoit un éclat. Quand on parle de changement comme cela, un projet comme cela, nous sommes fiers de le soutenir. So I wanted to say finally that this is an important moment. This is the third offtake agreement, but the first with Europe. And the work that has been done between Germany and Canada has been significant in this regard, and Minister Hodgson has described this. We are dealing with the challenges from the United States and the challenges in the world by growing, by building, by diversifying, and by being what we are and will continue to be, leaders in climate action. I'm proud of this joint effort that involves business, the community, the federal and provincial governments, and of course the Nisga'a government. I am proud of the work being done at Solicitums. We have more work to do. It is, as you've seen, progress after project, action after action. That needs to continue. It is important that this is a major project, but you show that through action. That's what we've been doing, and that's what we have to continue to do. So congratulations to everyone involved, and thank you very much for having me today. And I'm going to now introduce, I've done it a little bit already, President Eva Clayton of the Nisga'a government.
Before I begin, I want to acknowledge the land acknowledgement, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. Thank you to our treaty partners, represented by Minister Hodgson, Minister Dix, and welcome to the Deputy Consulate for Germany. Thank you to the two ministers for helping us, Solicitums. I especially want to thank Minister Hodgson for introducing us the agreement to Germany's CFA, introducing CFA to the Canadians. Thank you for that. Today marks a very important milestone, not just for Xilism's LNG, but for the Niska Nation, for Canada, and for our partners abroad. It signals something very clear. In this time of global instability, the world is looking to Canada for reliable, responsible energy solutions. For the Niska Nation, Xilism's LNG has always been about developing our projects in a way that is compatible with our climate goals and our environmental stewardship responsibilities. I am pleased to see that our low carbon LNG, made in part thanks to the world's leading sustainability practices employed by Canadian producers, is gaining attention as far as Germany. Very few projects in the world have a clear path to net zero emissions, and they're all in BC. I would like to thank Minister Dix and the province of British Columbia for continuing to shepherd Xilism's LNG through the provincial system. Thank you. British Columbia has the highest expectations for how projects must be developed, and we have risen to that challenge and set a new benchmark in a large-scale and low-carbon LNG. This would not be possible without the tireless work by the Premier, the Minister, and BC Hydro to continue to advance industrial-scale electrification and transmission system investments. Xilism's LNG represents a unique path, one where Niska are not just participants in development, but leaders and decision makers. This agreement is a win-win agreement. First, it advances an Indigenous co-developed project that shows the world how major energy infrastructure can be built responsibly with strong environmental stewardship and meaningful Indigenous leadership. Second, it supports Canada's ambition to become a global energy superpower. Projects like Xilism's LNG strengthen our economy, create jobs, and diversify our exports. And third, from Berlin to Beijing, the world needs more of what Canada has: stable, secure energy in an increasingly uncertain world. Our buyers do not have to choose between. Xilism's LNG is designed to deliver both. For the Niska Nation, this project is about building a stronger future for our people, one that honors our land, supports our communities, and creates real lasting opportunity. Opportunity for our nation, for all nations along the pipeline route, and for the communities, especially in northern BC, looking to create stable careers and economic development. And for Canada, it shows what is possible when Indigenous nations are true partners in nation building. There is still work ahead as we move to finalize the remaining agreements. But today is a very important step forward, a step toward a stronger, more resilient Canadian economy, and a step toward supporting our partners around the world. Thank you. I will now turn it over to Charlotte.
Thank you very much, President Clayton. Okay, we will now begin the media Q&A. I would invite any reporters who are here in person to line up on the left side of the stage here by the mic. And we would ask that each reporter ask one question and one follow-up. Please state your name and outlet at the start of your question, as well as the speaker to which your question is addressed to. We'll start with questions in person, and then we'll turn it over to any reporters on the line. Thank you. Merci. First question.
Good morning, Thomas Sill from Bloomberg News. My question is for the Federal Energy Minister. You spoke about the potential for displacement of higher carbon fuels with projects like Silicens and other BC LNG projects. At the moment, we're seeing particularly AI suck up every spare gas molecule and electron it can find. So what's your confidence that this new supply is displacing and not just additive?
So, as our Prime Minister said, we need to engage in the world as it is, not as we wish it to be. The AI revolution is a real revolution. It is a new revolution. It is dramatically increasing the demand for power on top of already a need to electrify our economies to reduce carbon footprints. So the reality is every country is looking at significantly increased demand for electricity. In our country, we've said we need to double our grid and double our capacity by 2050. We're seeing the same things around the world. Maybe I'll put it into perspective. When we were in Germany last August and we met with all of the major German electricity providers, they said the same thing. It was uniform. In the world that exists today, in a world where we have disruption of our supplies, where we have hegemons using energy for coercion, we need to look at how we get to net zero. In a world where AI is coming on us that we didn't anticipate, we need to look at how we get to net zero. And what they all said uniformly is they see LNG as an important transition fuel. And what they said to us is what we now know, given the way the world is, not the way we wish it to be, we are going to need more of that transition fuel, and we are going to need it for longer. And if that is the reality, what the Germans told us is we are looking for alternatives. We are looking for diversity of supply, and we see what you're doing. We see you're producing the lowest carbon intensity LNG in the world. We see you're doing it in partnership with your indigenous peoples. We have a shared view around energy will not be used for coercion, and we want to trade with you. Can we please trade with you? That is a conversation that has happened over and over again as we've gone around the world. So I am very confident that as the world uses more and more electricity and they look for baseload supplies, the cleanest potential baseload supply that's the best transition fuel is LNG. We have what they want. Canadians expect us to produce it in a responsible way. They expect us to use it to pay for things like healthcare and dental care and childcare, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you. My second question is also for you, Minister, which is regarding Stephen Guilbeault is expected to resign today. He's criticised the sort of shift towards conventional energy policy. There's also been reports of this letter from Liberal MPs concerned about this shift in policy. The Prime Minister's response, I think, was there's 160 other Liberal MPs. But 160 is not a majority. So are you confident that you can keep this direction going with the existing Liberal caucus?
So first of all, I want to thank Mr. Guilbeault for his service. It's a big decision to serve your country and your constituents, and he did it very well for many years. I also want to recognize his passion. He's been a passionate advocate for the environment. He's been a passionate advocate for nature. He's been a passionate advocate for Canadian identity, and he's done a very good job of that. We all share a view that we want to get to net zero by 2050. In our caucus, we have robust discussions around how we do that. We take everyone's view. The collective view is the way we're going to get there is not by telling people what they can't do, but by building in a more responsible way. That was part of the climate competitiveness strategy that the Minister of Environment, Julie de Bruzen, put out. Excellent piece of work. It's also the reason why the chair of our climate caucus, our co-chair, Eric St-Pierre, said we're on the right path. So, we're a big tent party. We have people who share their views. At the end of the day, we come together, we form a collective view, and then we execute on that.
Thank you, Thomas. All right, next question.
Lindsay Duncombe, CBC National News. I'd like to direct this to the Energy Minister, please, the Federal Energy Minister. Mr. Hodgson, in order for this project to go ahead, there needs to be a large pipeline built. We know that there is opposition to the Prince Rupert project to move the gas to this project. And the last time that happened, going to LNG Canada, there was significant conflict in this province that also resonated right across the country. In the face of challenges and opposition, what is your plan to deal with the concerns of neighboring nations and Canadians that don't want to see this go?
So I don't think this is uniformly a question for the federal government. This is a question for the BC government. This is a question for the proponents for the pipeline. Look, a lot has changed in the last 10 years. A lot has changed. We're in a rupture. We're in a world where energy security is national security. We're in a world where our allies are begging us to produce our resources. We're in a world where if we want to pay for our health care, if we want to pay for our dental care, if we want to pay for our child care, we need to find sources of revenue. We've now found a collective shared view about how we do this. As the Prime Minister said, we're not going to talk about if, we're going to talk about how. And the how is we're going to do it in an environmentally responsible way in partnership with Indigenous peoples. And with respect to this pipeline, it has gone through the approval process. There has been significant consultation. There's been accommodation. I should really let Minister Dix talk about this. We think we're doing the right thing. This is what Canadians want us to do. So I think looking at what happened 10 years ago ignores a lot that's happened in the last 10 years. Do you want to add to that?
Just to say that in Canada and BC, we have some of the strongest environmental laws in the world. And the environmental assessment process, if you talk to anyone working at Solicums, you will know that it's an extensive and detailed and more detailed process, that there is wide consultation and participation in that process in terms of environmental assessment, whether it be for Solicums or for the Prince Rupert gas transmission line. So we have to continue to engage with nations to make sure that we drive the maximum possible consensus on these questions. As well, we do have to change the way we do business, and it is succeeding here. I just want to highlight on LNG projects just how it's succeeding. At Tilbury, there's an agreement between Fortis and the Musqueam that involves ownership. At Woodfibre LNG, there's an agreement on environmental assessment, including environmental assessment by the Squamish Nation. Right now, it will be when it opens in 2027, the lowest emission LNG in the world, and massive and significant participation there. LNG Canada had its own work and own relationships that continue, including with the Haisla Nation. The Haisla Nation is the leader of the Cedar LNG project in partnership with Pembina. Significant change. And again, with respect to Solicums, led by the Nisga'a Nation. This makes a significant difference. Not to say that ownership or equity deals with all issues, but this is a dramatic and profound change in the way we're doing business, just as when we're making the biggest build out of clean energy in BC. which is remarkable. You saw the announcements last week, the equivalent of 850,000 homes and wind projects with 50% equity ownership for First Nations. It doesn't mean that all neighboring nations are in agreement with that. In fact, we know it doesn't mean that in each case. But this is, I think, here in British Columbia and in Canada, the Prime Minister and the Premier are leading on economic development, not in opposition groups, but with people. And that's why we're succeeding. That's why we're leading the country in major projects. That's why we're succeeding and we're going to lead Canada throughout this period where economic growth is required in our province, in our country where we need to build. It'll be British Columbia that leads that, because we're doing all of those things, and we have to continue to do them.
I'd like to address my follow-up to President Clayton.
President Clayton, important press conference
when I was in the area last year, I talked to some
Trump
of folks in neighboring communities, and one of their concerns was that the partner in this is a big American company based in Houston, and
एक और इम्पोर्टेंट इन्फॉर्मेशन जी आ रही है वो आ रही है
कि
कल 28 तारीख तो कुछ दिनों के दौरे वास्ते चाइना के फॉरेन मिनिस्टर कनाडा आ रहे हैं और 10 साल बाद है कि कोई चीन का फॉरेन मिनिस्टर कनाडा आ रहा है और उस तो पहला एक थिंक टैंक ने चाइना के इंटरफेरेंस ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਰਿਪੋर्ट जारी की है जिहदी मैं जानकारी ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ प्रोग्राम के अगले हिस्से में देंगा पर आज की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस चल रही है वैंकूवर तो लाइव चल रही है उस तो बाद ਆਪਾਂ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ यूएसए ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਏ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ यूएसए ਪੀਟ ਹੈਗਸਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਦੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਵਾਰ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ और नाल सेक्रेटरी ऑफ स्टेट इनके विदेश मंत्री अमेरिका मार्को रूबियो और प्रेसिडेंट डोनाल्ड ट्रंप इनके वाले प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की जा रही है उसके बारे में प्रोग्राम के अगले हिस्से जानकारी लेना जी ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आप थोड़ी सी और सुन लीजिए जेकर कोई इंपॉर्टेंट इन्फॉर्मेशन आती है आप पहले बारे सुनते हैं आगे चलते
Granted, there will be there's a whole mixture of thoughts there. But more and more of our Indigenous people are beginning to recognize the very trying times that the world is facing. And so they're looking at ways to bring prosperity to their people, because when you think about it, many of us, the Indigenous groups, were managing poverty. We now want to manage prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next question.
Hi, Jared Yeager here with Sitka Media. This question is for Minister Hodgson. So if you look on the map, BC is three oceans and a sea away from Germany. You know, a lot of people might think, why not just pipe it across the country and then just ship it over the Atlantic? For those who might not understand, why ship it directly from BC?
So, without wonking out on economics, it's much cheaper to move LNG over water in a tanker than it is to pay tolls to ship it all across a country, and it's all about economics. So when Germany looked at where it can find sources of LNG, it looked at the relative economics and saw British Columbia as an attractive place for them to have new sources of LNG. But the other thing that's also really important, and it's why Canada is meeting the moment for our allies, is our allies found themselves in a really challenging spot. In the case of a country like Germany that got the vast majority of its natural gas from Russia before the Ukraine war, they saw the risk of their factories shutting down. They saw the risk of kids not being able to go to school because the schools weren't going to be heated. They needed diversity of supply. The next place they turned was the Middle East. Almost all of the LNG that's produced in the Middle East comes through the Straits of Hormuz. That's no longer a reliable source. So if you're one of our allies, like Asia, like Europe, and you see your traditional sources of supply now become questionable sources of supply, you look for where do I diversify? And as I said, they look at Canada and say, wow, you produce the most responsible product in the world. You produce it in partnership with First Nations. You produce it at an effective cost that's interesting. We really want to do business with you. So hopefully that it's both price, but it's also we are a reliable partner in a world where reliable partners are increasingly hard to find.
And on that note, so you said nothing's going to happen until the early 2030s. That's lots of time for things to stabilize, both in Eastern Europe and in the Middle East. If that does happen, is there any risk that this deal falls apart?
It's a long-term contract, so it's a commitment for a 20-plus year. Typically, you build LNG with long-term contracts in place. So once the contract is signed, there's a commitment to fill it. Thanks.
Hi, Nelson Bennett with Business in Vancouver and Resource Works. Just wondering if someone can explain how the LNG will actually get to Europe. Will it be physically, i.e. shipped through the Panama Canal? Or would it be some sort of substitution, some sort of swap, a combination of both? And is there a premium attached to that?
So the way these contracts, and I'm now wonking out and getting into management's territory, but typically these contracts are called FOB port, or free on board port, which means the buyer takes control of the LNG when it leaves the dock. The buyer then has the ability to send that cargo anywhere they want in the world. In the case of CEFI, I think it's important to note this is one of the largest buyers of natural gas in Europe. They're a very sophisticated buyer. They can choose to have that cargo flow. If it's on a smaller ship, it could flow through the Panama Canal. If it's a larger ship, it could go around South America, or it could go around Africa, or they could do what's called a swap. And this is quite a common transaction. And without wonking out too much, think about there is a buyer of LNG in Japan, and there's the German buyer who's buying from Silicon. Let's say that Japanese buyer had a cargo that was going to flow through the Middle East. They could choose to swap cargoes and say, hey, why don't you send your cargo from British Columbia to Japan, a lot shorter and cheaper, and I'll send my cargo that was leaving from the Middle East. I won't send it to Japan. I'll send it to Europe, which is shorter for you. It's a win-win. That's a common practice in global energy markets. It's called a swap. And we see some producers do that all the time. And so that makes production off of BC even more valuable, because it's not just valuable for people buying in Asia, but it makes it more and more attractive to people in Europe.
Thanks, Nelson. We have time for one more question.
Hi, Minister. Chuck Chang with the Canadian Press. I was hoping if you can touch Minister Hodgson, I was wondering if you can touch a little bit about LNG Canada has had some issues with excessive flaring since its operations. I was wondering, are there any lessons to learn from that for Silicon, and whether that changes the scope or how you go about the project going ahead? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and appreciate the question. And I'm answering because, to a large extent, the regulation and the requirements come under LNG Canada's environmental assessment certificate. So they have conditions and requirements, and regulated by the BC Energy regulators. So that's what I'd say. Flaring is, of course, typical when LNG operations start, and they're expected to be reduced over time. We have a level of public information that is, I think, second to none. So the circumstances, the air quality in the region around Kitimat is publicly disclosed on a regular basis, multi-daily basis. To date, it is not the case that people's health is in jeopardy, but it's not desirable. And certainly LNG Canada has received some action from the BC Energy Regulator to address some of these questions, ensuring that that information is available, particularly.
Hello, and welcome to Bitdefender Gravity Zone Small Business Security. It seems simple.
They are regulated for this. And if you heard Mr. Cooper from LNG Canada last week, when he was with myself and the Premier Minister Hodgson, you'll hear how seriously they've taken it and the action that they're taking on it. And that action is expected under their environmental assessment certificate.
Thank you very much. All right, that concludes our media availability. Thank you everyone for coming out today.
So press conference खत्म हुई. बहुत ज़्यादा important के की हो रहा थे Middle East ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ और ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੱਲ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ US ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਹੀ ਆ ਗਈਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਕੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਕੈਂਪ ਡੇਵਿਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ US ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਉਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੁਣ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਲੈਟ ਗਿਵ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ 1 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪੀਟ ਹੈਗਸੈਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਵਾਰ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਔਰ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਸਟੇਟ ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਸੋ let me just bring it to you the live telecast of that page. ईरान वॉर ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਰ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ let's just listen to that. ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ let me just share it with you.
Zero illegal aliens admitted to the United States in the last 12 months. And those charts are made by, you would say, politically unfriendly people. And the reason they don't come in is because nobody comes up, because they know that they're going to be turned away. And if they get in, they're going to be moved out right away. So it's been zero. You're the one that do the reports. I'm actually surprised by the number because I don't know how it can be zero, but they say it's zero for the last 12 months. In 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded. So the murder rate was quite high, and we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's the year 1900. And that's despite the fact that many people came in from prisons and from very rough countries and from mental institutions and from lots of other places, drug dealers, others. They came in illegally during the Biden administration. We've gotten many of them out, but we still have some that we're looking for, quite a few that we're still looking for, but we've gotten over 11,888 murderers were allowed into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. We've gotten some, we put them in jail. We don't even trust the country to send them because they'll come back in maybe. We put them in jail. 11,888 murders, more than half of which have committed more than one murder. That's what they allowed in. They can never be forgotten for the horrible things they've done to this country. Fentanyl coming across our border is now down by 61%. 61%. and coming in by water, by sea, by ocean, is down 97%. Can you imagine? Thanks to our Republican majorities in Congress, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history. All Democrats voted against the tax cuts, putting more money in Americans' pockets. This year, the typical family got tax refunds of nearly almost close to $5,000. The stock market has set 68 all-time record highs since the election. So 68 days, we hit all-time highs. We're right there now. And the average 401k, and that's despite the conflict. I don't call it a war, I call it a conflict. Despite the conflict with Venezuela, who no longer has a Navy, no longer has an Air Force, no longer has a lot of people that were leading the country into very bad places. Their leadership is gone. Their second rung leadership is gone, and we're dealing with their third, half of their third, because half of their third is gone too. The average 401k is up almost $30,000 since I took office. So the Americans are benefiting working today. We have the most working, and we have 401ks at their all-time high, highest they've ever been. And that goes along with the stock market, which is the highest it's ever been. Under my most favored nation agreements, this is something that I wish the media would talk about, because to me, it's one of the biggest things ever to happen in our country. Certainly as to medical, anything having to do with medical, because drug prices, we're delivering record-setting discounts on prescription drugs with price differences of 400, 500, and even 600% at the TrumpRx.gov. We recently added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics to the website. So we have drugs down 400, 500, 600%. Now you could say 80, 90, 70, 60, 50% if you want.
ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਉਧਰੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਇਹ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਬਾਅਦ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਸ਼ਾਮਿਲ ਹੋਣਗੇ। ਸੈਲੀਬ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ 2026 ਓਲੰਪਿਕ ਐਂਡ ਪੈਰਾ ਓਲੰਪਿਕ ਕੰਪੀਟੀਟਰਸ ਐਥਲੀਟਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ। ਲੈਟਸ ਗੋ ਬੈਕ ਟੂ ਦ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ।
Every drug company agreed. So we have most favored nation. So we were paying the highest drug prices in the world. Now we're paying the lowest drug prices in the world. So that pill that I talked about would go from $10 to $20. The world is bigger than the U.S. Hard to believe, but it's true. So it's not like you cut it in the middle. They just had to go up a little bit, but a little bit is a doubling of a price. So a little bit's a lot. So the pill would go from $10 to $20, and we'd go from $130 to $20. Think of that. So we would get, if you remember, some of you were at the news conference I had in my first term where I got the prices down 1/8%, 1/4% my first term. And I was so proud of it because drug prices hadn't come down in 28 years, and I was the first one to do it. But now I'm getting them down, not 1/8%, I'm getting them down 400, 500, 600. Or if you want to use it a different way, you could say 70%, 80%, 90%, 50%. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I got that through, well, everybody knew it was taking place, but we paid the highest prices anywhere in the world. Now we're paying the lowest prices anywhere in the world. And the press refuses to write about it. I think it's the biggest thing. And for healthcare, so much of it is prescription drug prices and drug prices. And with them coming down, the healthcare is going to come down very substantially. We recently added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics too, as I said, and that's 1,000 drugs, and it's all on. And this was not given by me. This was given by Dr. Oz and Bobby, and I, wasn't sure whether or not I loved the idea, but they said we want to use TrumpRx.gov is what it is, and it's the hottest site I think anywhere on the planet, from what I understand, Bobby. Right? It's really great. People are calling up and they're buying drugs for literally a fraction of the price, and it should be the biggest story. And on that alone, we should win the midterms. On that alone, we should win the midterms. but the press doesn't talk about it. It's the biggest thing to happen in the drug industry ever, maybe, ever. And the press doesn't even want to write stories about it. We made the largest ever investment in U.S. military, $1 trillion, and we're asking actually for $1.5 trillion for the coming year. And we have the strongest military anywhere in the world, as you know. You saw what we did with Venezuela. That worked out very quickly. And we're doing really equally as well with, but again, people don't want to write about it, with Iran. Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. We will be either that or we'll have to just finish the job. But their Navy is gone, as I've said 1,000 times. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Everything's gone, and they're negotiating on fumes. But we'll see what happens. Maybe we have to go back and finish it. Maybe we don't. Right now, I mean, you can speak to Steve Witkoff and Jared. They're doing a good job. But right now, I think it looks like they want to just make a deal. They want to. They have. I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting clobbered. Their economy is in free fall. They have 250% inflation. Their money has no value. Their whole economic system is broken down. They thought they were going to outweight me. You know, we'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms. Look what happened last night. That was the prelude to the midterms. People understand it. They know that. Very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I'm doing that for the world. I'm not doing it just for us. And we've had great support from other nations, by the way. We don't need it at all, but we've had great support from other nations. The problem is you always get the support when you don't need it. When you need it, you don't get the support. With Operation Epic Fury, our warriors are ensuring that the world's #1 state sponsor of terror never obtains a nuclear weapon, and they won't. Under the leadership of Vice President J.D. Vance, very proud of this, the White House Task Force to eliminate fraud is waging war on waste, fraud, theft, and abuse like nobody's ever seen before. He looks like Elliot Ness. Do you ever see Elliot Ness? I'm telling you, the guys that are up there, Royal Central Casting, they're standing behind. What a group of people. No, it looks like a movie. I'm going to make a movie out of it, I think. And they're finding billions and billions and billions of dollars. And I just said, that's good. He said, you haven't seen anything yet. Just said that. And, if he does really great, we'll have a balanced budget without having to do anything. This is the kind of money they stole. They're crooks. They're thieves. And I hope that Todd is going to do a real job. These are crooked people. These are thieves. This isn't like a mistake. Just talking about one person, he got hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars for securing one man, for taking care of one elderly man. He was a service. He got paid millions of dollars for taking care of one man. Total crook. They're all crooks. The Somalians, what they've done to Minnesota, the Somalians, they're crooked as hell. Ilhan Omar, crooked as hell. They're all crooks. And we got them. We got them. Now we're putting the clamps on. But boy, I tell you, that's an impressive group of guys that you have behind you. I was watching that, and a couple of very strong women too. But I was watching that last night. I said, I'm proud of you guys. In 2 months, we've exposed tens of billions of dollars of defrauded taxpayer money, prosecuted numerous fraudsters, Todd, and stopped billions of suspicious payments, very suspicious. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet? Well, you see, I'm getting reports from Todd, from JD. I've never seen anything like it. The kind of just hundreds of billions of dollars was stolen, and no other administration would do what we're doing. They'd let it go. Everybody was getting rich, and I think we have a chance to save Social Security without doing anything to it by just the numbers of fraudulent people on Social Security, people that are 115 years old, 125 years old, getting payments. It's funny. I said, "Oh, do those payments get turned back?" No, they accept them. Well, somebody's getting the payment. It's not a person that's 125 years old, but that's the least of it. The numbers that we're finding out, we have great people at Social Security. We're going to make our Social Security so strong, so good that you've never seen anything like it. We're going to protect. I said right from the beginning, we're going to protect our people on Social Security. If the Democrats ever got in, you wouldn't have said Social Security would be bankrupt. People wouldn't be getting anything. Last week, they took down 2 of the largest Medicaid fraud cases in Minnesota history, as well as the largest autism fraud case ever charged by the federal government. You saw that with millions of dollars just being stolen. Everybody had autism. Everybody had autism. They said. It was incredible, actually. And I've just seen I see what they're doing. You haven't seen anything yet. So congratulations, JD. Be vicious like they are. They're violent people. They're violent, vicious scum. Before asking Vice President Vance to speak about these efforts, I want to express our tremendous gratitude to our outgoing Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who's a terrific person, actually. She's come up with some findings that were pretty good. And Tulsi's worked tirelessly to restore trust and focus on the intelligence and with the intelligence community. They all respected her. They listened to her. She gave us leads that were pretty much, people thought they were dead and they weren't dead. They were right there. And she was able to expose a lot of things that we used at the FBI with Cash and with Todd and with JD and everybody else. It was amazing. She dramatically reformed the Office of Director of National Intelligence and cutting the staff by 40%, and she prevented countless terrorists and cartel members from entering the United States. She exposed mountains of evidence related to the Russia hoax, probably the greatest hoax in the history of our country. Although when you look at the fraud coming out, there's a lot of them. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of them. But the Russia hoax, a great hoax, a very dangerous hoax too, and revoked security clearances of officials involved, and she declassified numerous historic documents of special public interest, including related to the JFK and RFK assassinations, which everybody wanted to see. And we're now releasing a lot of things having to do with space. It's people are very interested in that. It actually became the #1 topic. We're releasing a lot of information having to do with extraterrestrial things, and people are totally fascinated by it. It's amazing. I wasn't sure if they would enjoy it. It's literally trending #1. Can you believe it? So a lot of people out there are like it, but we're releasing all of that information. And Tulsi, we're praying for you and for your husband. Her husband's not feeling great, but he's going to feel great soon. You're going to get him better. And he's a wonderful guy. So just say hello and thank you for the great work you've done. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask JD to say a few words about the war on fraud, followed by Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who's doing fantastically, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, another one. I mean, we have great people. And the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, Central Casting. He loves war. I don't know. He's a good man, that one. And Scott Bessent, you talk about a guy doing a job. Been fantastic. Thank you, Scott. Really fantastic. And a lot of the success that we're having with other countries is what you've been able to do and find. And SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler and all of the people here have been great. We're going to just do those few, and maybe if you have some questions, we'll go to others. But everybody around here has got a lot to say, but we did that once and it lasted for like 4 or 5 hours. It was a little much. We want to be open. So now if I do it this way, they'll say, he didn't let anybody talk. But let's start with JD, and you can talk about a really, really important thing, bringing our country back to honesty. A tremendous amount of money is involved. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, thank you for your leadership, sir, and for making it possible. I often find in the fraud task force that there sometimes are barriers that we need to break down, agencies that need to coordinate, and I'll come to the president and say, Mr. President, I need your permission to do, and he'll say, for what? For the fraud task force, and he'll cut me off and say, yes, go do it. So the fact that we have dedicated presidential leadership is really what's made this possible, because it does require we've got great people around the table, but sometimes these agencies don't know how to work together at the lower level. And that's one of the things we've had to turn on and force with the fraud task force. So I want to shout out just a few all-stars here. Linda at the Department of Education has been amazing at finding student loan fraud. You've got people who are either illegal aliens or aren't even actually real human beings who are getting hundreds of millions of dollars from the Department of Education for student loans. We have cut that off. We found a lot. We're going to find a lot more. Scott at HUD has been amazing because a lot of the fraud that we see is housing fraud, people claiming benefits that they're not entitled to, or again, sir, sometimes completely made up people who exist purely to collect fraudulent money from the American taxpayer. Brooke at the Department of Agriculture, something I had no idea until I started this work, sir, that we send hundreds of billions of dollars to the states to administer the food stamp program. The federal government has no insight into whether those food stamps are going to people who are legally entitled or whether those people actually even exist. And so we're working on a number of mechanisms to actually force the states to verify that the people who receive these benefits are actually entitled to them. And I could go down the list. I've gotten a lot of support from a lot of people in this room. Bobby Kennedy and Dr. Oz have been particular all-stars on this, and Kim at H&HS. What they've done with the Medicaid fraud, we found tens of billions of dollars in Medicaid and Medicare fraud just from their hard work. We've cut that off. And yes, Mr. President, we're going to find a lot more. The final thing I want to say, Mr. President, and I know that Todd maybe has something to say about this as well, but I always try to remind the American people and certainly remind the cabinet officials. By the way, Kelly at SBA has found tens of billions of dollars that were from fraudulent loans that were giving under the Biden administration. And we've now cut that off and recovered a lot of that money. So this has been a whole of government effort, Mr. President. The team really deserves a great deal of credit here. But the final point I want to make, sir, is I always try to remind the American people that fraud is fundamentally a crime with two victims. The most obvious victim are the American taxpayer. They pay their taxes. They expect the money to go where it should go. And that's not happening because of the fraudsters. But there are also victims, people who benefit from these programs that don't exist if we're not actually taking care of the fraud issue. And let me just give one example to build on something you said earlier, sir. One of the people that Todd just prosecuted was a person who was collecting a lot of money from the American taxpayer to take care of elderly citizens, people who worked their entire lives, paid their taxes, should have had dignity and nobility in old age, but it was deprived from them from fraudsters who say that they're taking care of them, who collect a check to take care of them, but then abuse and neglect these people. And particularly one man who died because he wasn't getting adequate care, and that guy was still collecting benefits to take care of a person who he had completely neglected. So not only do you have an American taxpayer who's paying into these programs, you have an elderly citizen deprived of his dignity because we're not going after the fraudsters. Well, now we are.
How much money did he get?
Sir, hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe more than that, but we think that that exact type of fraud has been replayed all over our country. That particular case was outside of Minneapolis. We expect that there are tens of thousands of people who are collecting fraudulent money to take care of people, and they're not actually taking care of them. We're, of course, going to get to the root of as much of it as we can. But again, sir, it's been, I wouldn't say fun, because you find out how much people have been taken advantage of, but it's certainly very good and valuable work. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to do it.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Attorney General, please.
I'll just continue to talk about what the Vice President was just talking about. The way that we are actually, it's one thing to uncover fraud, which we've done, and that's part of it, but it's also prosecuting the bad guys that are doing it and stopping it from continuing. And that's where you have everybody in this room has inspector generals. And for many years, these really hardworking law enforcement members would identify fraud and nobody did anything about it. DOJ prosecuted it, but spent a very little resources on that. So what we've done just in the past 51 days, over 400 law enforcement actions in this country related to major fraud. That's search warrants, that's arrests, that's convictions that are filed, and that's just 51 days. And it's not just the great prosecutors. It's the FBI agents, it's DHS and HSI agents. It's everybody in this room that has inspector generals that are now they have been freed up, and it's because of you. It's because of the Vice President saying this is going to be a priority of what we are going to do, not just the Department of Justice. Even though we're the prosecutors that are putting bad guys in jail, it's also the law enforcement at every agency, FBI and DHS. And so we're already seeing results. We had a $1 billion fraud, a conviction at trial last week out of Florida.
$1 billion.
And this was an organization that was stealing from senior citizens in Florida, duping them. There were call centers set up in the Philippines, and they were duping them to buy medical equipment that they didn't need, that they would never get, and that the taxpayers paid for. And so that's a good win. We arrested 15 guys in Minnesota last week. The Vice President mentioned one of them. These are people that are not, they're just stealing. And many of them are here illegally. And so you have people who are in this country illegally, who are then taking advantage. And the vice president says something a lot that resonates with me: the generosity of the American people, the generosity of everybody in this room, the leadership, to take care of the people in this country that are the most, that deserve it the most. Children who are supposed to get food at school, and you have men just stealing, taking that money. And so that's what we're focused on. We are standing up, as you know, Mr. President, you allowed us to stand up a new division at the Department of Justice. It's our entire existence of that division is to combat what we're talking about. And then every U.S. Attorney's Office is now focused on it as well. So this is something that will result in a better place for every citizen in this country and save money, a lot of money, and also it's the right thing to do for our tax dollars, Mr. President.
And billions of dollars was given out just very quickly before Biden left office. Billions and billions were given out. And I mean, I know of many cases, but one, I don't know what's happened with it, but I think you're looking at it. I know Lee was involved in it environmentally. Stacey Abrams was given $2 billion for an account that had $103 in it, an environmental fraud, I guess. And she had $103 in this newly opened account. And before leaving business, they put $2 billion into the account. And they had no reason for existence. They were unable to say what they did with it. $2 billion. Lee, do you want to just mention something about that?
Thanks to your leadership, Mr. President, that was canceled. And they no longer have access to that $2 billion.
They were like hell. They wanted that money. Go ahead.
In fact, it was over $29 billion that
ਅੱਗੇ ਦੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਰੂਪ ਦੱਸੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ autism ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਖਾਈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਸੀ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਚ
As soon as you came in, after the election, before your inauguration, they were caught on video saying that they were rushing to get billions of dollars out the door before you're swearing in, because they were afraid that once you were sworn in, you were going to stop it. Well, that part, they were right.
We did. We did. Great
And we're happy to do it, Mr. President. And, the Department of Justice under Todd Blanche's leadership, they just secured another big win in the appeals court on some recently canceled grants for different agencies. So great attorneys making sure that this accountability is delivered over the finish line. It's been a great team effort.
And we're building more, most importantly, we're building more factories and plants in the United States now than at any time ever before. $18 trillion coming in. That's not including the 12th month, that's 11. And I say it often that the Biden administration had much less than 1 trillion, and we have 18 trillion. And when those final numbers come up, they'll be even higher than that. That's a record in the history of the world. No country's ever done that. And that money's going into plants, and you are giving them very fast approvals, thorough and environmentally correct, but fast approvals. And you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Another man doing a fantastic job, I think we all agree, is Marco. You're all over the place, right? I watched you last night in 3 different locations. So tell us about Iran.
Well, first of all, the bottom line is Iran's never going to have a nuclear weapon. And if recent events have done anything, is just remind us once again that they are the world's leading sponsor of terrorism. And they can never have a nuclear weapon. Now, the president's preference, Mr. President, your preference has told us repeatedly, is always to negotiate these things and to figure out if you can have agreements. Diplomacy is always the first option. And we continue to work on that through your envoys, Mr. Woodcoff and Kushner and others, the vice president, who've been very involved. And if there's an agreement to be made, we want that to be made. I think there's been some progress and some interest, and we'll see over the next few hours and days whether progress could be made. I just want to remind everybody, Mr. President, you know this well, you have other options available to you if that doesn't work. But the bottom line is that we prefer the negotiated diplomatic route, and we're going to give it every chance to succeed. I know you're giving it every chance to succeed, Mr. President. But here's the bottom line, because I keep getting asked, what is this all about? It's very simple. Iran and these people in charge of Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, and they will never have a nuclear weapon, and they most certainly will not have one as long as you're president of the United States. On that point, it's very clear.
As long as you are
things I want to touch
president.
upon. One, you touched upon the border and security. Part of securing our border is dealing with the people that are in this country unlawfully, many of whom do not want to go back to the country that they originally came from for a variety of reasons. Either we can't send them there or some judge ties us up. And one of the key things we have achieved is now 20 countries have signed third country national agreements, meaning these are safe countries where individuals who refuse to go back to their country of origin can be sent to that country instead. We've gotten 20 countries now around the world who have signed agreements that allow us to deport people to those places. What often happens when you go to the person who's here unlawfully and say, we're going to send you to this third country, is all of a sudden they decide they'd rather go back to their home country instead. So it gives the ability to enforce all laws, and we work very closely with the Department of Homeland Security on that front. Something else that I know is concerning people, because it's on the news, is Ebola. Our number one obligation, we're involved in foreign policy, but even our foreign policy, the number one priority of our foreign policy is to protect the American people. We cannot and will not allow any cases of Ebola to enter the United States. And so the State Department and other agencies represented here, the Centers for Disease Control, HHS, others are working very, very hard to contain this crisis to the countries where it's currently located, particularly the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And so we've surged assistance to make sure that is being contained there. And obviously, multiple agencies involved here are also very involved in tracking people, just to make sure that nobody comes into this country that has Ebola and creates a problem for us. And we feel like we've got good efforts in place to do that. And Americans should feel assured that the president and his administration is doing everything we can to protect them on that front. My last point, you said I was all over the place. One of the places I stopped in last night was to initial the Trump Route for Prosperity in Armenia. This is a key linchpin of the peace deal that you were able to achieve between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Right. And in addition to that, we also signed a critical minerals MOU with them and a strategic engagement one as well. So just a reminder of another war you helped to settle, Mr. President. But from that now we are seeing the emergence of a great new relationship with Armenia that really had grown stagnant for a very long time.
Armenia ho gaya, India to baad, Mr.
Well
Secretary.
well. Thank you.
And could I just ask you, Cuba and Venezuela, what's going on there?
Well, interesting. On Venezuela, that process continues, that three-phase process, of obviously stabilization, recovery, and transition. I would just say, just since January 3rd of this year, okay, and I think this number's right, and Chris or Doug can correct me on this, but I think over 10 million barrels of Venezuelan oil have been delivered to the United States since the 3rd of January. That industry is being professionalized for the first time ever. It's going to the benefit of the Venezuelan people. They are selling oil in the market at market rates. The money's going to an account in the United States, controlled and monitored by Treasury, audited by KPMG. And it's for the first time ever, the money's not being stolen. It's going to the benefit of the Venezuelan people. Cuba's in a lot of trouble because unfortunately for them, it's run by a bunch of incompetent communists. And being communist is bad. Being an incompetent communist is like the worst. And but the country's been taken over by this company called Gaesa that basically controls 70% of the economy. None of the money in that company goes to help the Cuban people, none of it. So we'll be talking to them. We'll be working on it. We want something good for the Cuban people, and hopefully there'll be a good outcome there for them. There needs to be. It's 90 miles from our shores, and having a failed state 90 miles from our shores is a threat to the national security of the United States.
So we're producing right now more oil by double than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined. There's never been anything like that. We don't need oil. We don't need the Strait. We don't need anything. But we have more oil now being produced by 2 times than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined. A great stat. You want to say something about that?
Well, I would, President Trump, under your leadership, we've opened up lease sales on public land. This is land that was put away for the benefit and the use of the American people, like the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. The Biden administration had illegally stopped holding lease sales during their administration. President Trump famously said, drill, baby, drill, but before you can drill, you've got to open public lands. Between the lease sales that have happened in the Permian, in the Bakken, and on the North Slope, just since January of this year, it's over $4 billion of revenues come into the Treasury. That's 13 times more than the Biden administration brought in on lease sales in the entire 4 years they're in office. Sir, your policies brought that in 5 months. So with that, a lot of excitement, a lot of activity. We also inherited, just in one district in Carlsbad, New Mexico, 5,600 unprocessed applications to drill for oil and gas on public land. And when we're drilling on public land, those companies pay a royalty, and that money comes to all of our citizens, and it goes to local school districts, and it goes to states. It is the core of the economy in parts of our country. The team down there working for the Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management, has dropped that by 91%. It's one of the reasons why they had a record lease sale. It's because now people go, I can bid on federal land and I'm going to get a permit to drill, and it's not going to take me 5 years to get it. I'm going to get it in a month or less. And so it's exciting to see your vision. And of course, with this energy dominance, us, as you just noted, largest oil producer in the world, largest natural gas producer in the world, largest natural gas exporter. This is an opportunity for us to bring prosperity and affordability here at home, but also increase abroad. So President Trump, your energy dominance strategy with Chris Wright, Lee Zeldin, all the people that are working on this, people around the room, it's been really incredible. And of course, you mentioned Venezuela, but all that flowing to our Gulf Coast refineries is also helping to keep the price of gas down at home. So again, it's an amazing transformation. Bottom line is the center of geopolitics around energy has moved from other parts of the world to the Western Hemisphere in the last 5 months. You turn Venezuela from a sanctioned adversary into a strategic ally in 45 minutes. Never happened in history before. And what's going on in Alaska? When I was there last week in Alaska, the North Slope, 80,000 barrels a day coming online at Pico. That wouldn't have happened with you. It's up by Willow on the North Slope. That's going into the Alaska pipeline. 20% increase just off that one field. So amazing work. Energy's a high-tech industry, and those guys are crushing it, and they're loving the fact that they can provide affordable, reliable, secure energy for America.
And we're working very hard in California. You know, a lot of people don't know this, but California has tremendous oil reserves. Used to be number 3 in the nation, and the radical left has just wiped it out. And we're working very hard to get that open again and get it so the people, their gasoline prices, their lack of energy is just staggering. It's staggering. And we're actually making very good progress. Even people that were against that at one point, now they're saying, wow, that'd be great. But people don't realize it was one of the, right, Chris? It was one of the top drilling states, one of the, I would say in terms of reserves, as among the top in the country. Nobody thinks of that with California. Everything was just closed down, really violently closed down. And we're opening up some of it, and we're being met with actually great spirit, because they're paying so much for gasoline that they don't have to be doing that. And they have a very incompetent group of leaders, like grossly incompetent. So I think that's going to be something. On a slightly smaller subject, while Doug was speaking, Department of Interior, he and his people have done a fantastic job on DC. DC is looking beautiful. The fountains are almost all open. We had 28 of them. And we have one in particular, a very long lake, we call it, a reflecting lake, between the Lincoln Monument. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. You take a look at between Lincoln and Washington, you have the longest, like 2,400 feet long. That's longer than the tallest building in the world if you set it on its side. And it's almost 200 feet wide. And actually it was built in 1922. And from 1922 on, it really never worked. It always leaked, and it was a problem, and a lot of things. And hundreds of millions was spent. The Biden administration and the Obama administration spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to get it to work, and they failed. And we'll be spending, you'll give me a number, but I think it's a very low number. It's like in the number that we originally talked about, where we cleaned it, we fumigated it. We had 10 major truck dumpsters of garbage taken out. Can you believe it? A friend of mine came in, very substantial person from Germany, wanted to see the Washington Monument. I wanted to see the Lincoln Memorial. And he said, I look, but that horrible reflecting pond is disgusting. It's filthy, dirty, and disgusting. I said, really? I drove down. I said, Secret Service, let's take a drive. And we went down. I said, that's terrible. And for the most part, it didn't work. I mean, they wouldn't even have water in there. But when they did, it was just dirty, filthy water that leaked out. And we got to work on it. And it was supposed to cost almost $400 million, because it's like putting the skin on a skyscraper, but bigger, much bigger. Many skyscrapers, you could almost say, other than for the world's tallest. Think of it, the world's tallest skyscraper is shorter than 2,400 feet. So we went to work, and over the years, I built hundreds of pools. I build them every time I built a building. I always like to build Olympic-sized swimming pools, and I was very aware of swimming pool, what goes into making a swimming pool. It's not as simple as people think. You never want it to leak. You want to have beautiful surface. I said, I have an idea, Doug. We sat down. I said, let's take that long thing where we're going to fix it with concrete, which leaks, concrete, all sorts of other materials that all leak and don't look good. They're gray. And, swimming pool, I have a swimming pool right up the road. I built it 22 years ago. It's perfect. I said, does it ever leak? No, it's perfect. Good contractors. I actually called in a couple of the contractors, got some ideas from them, and I gave it to Doug, and Doug's done an unbelievable job. And so they were going to spend maybe $400 million. I don't know. You never know with cost overruns and everything, but it was going to take years to build, 3 years, 4 years. And we'll have it done before July 4th, substantially before July 4th. If we didn't have such bad weather the last 4 or 5 days, we could have been almost done. You can't do the substance of the rain. And what they did is they cleaned it. They took out, as I said, more than 10 dumpsters of garbage, shovels. It was disgusting. Every corner had massive amounts of, I guess that's the way the tide goes. But they had massive amounts of garbage. We then steam cleaned it. We then sandblasted it, and then we pebble blasted it. That's a bigger version of sand. We made the surface as good as it can be, and we're now covering it with the most beautiful blue, very thick. You think of it as a very sophisticated form of rubber. No leaks, no problems, and it's beautiful. It's called American Flag Blue. That was the color we chose. And we are probably 70% finished with it. It's going to be finished. The hard part's done. And then we decided to do much more than when I thought I was just going to do the surface, but we said the problem is the outer ring looks pretty bad too, where you walk on. So we sandblasted that. This is all additional work. We didn't want to do, when you do something like this, when you do the one, you think the other looked okay, but then when the other, you see the new surface, the old stuff that looked okay looks really bad. So we cleaned that, sandblasted it, the walkways, all of it. It's a tremendous amount of area. It's thousands of feet long, very wide. This is where the people stand, not the water part, the dry part. And we had a combination of granite and stone, and we're pointing it, fixing it. The joints were terrible, everything. The whole place was a mess. And when it opens in a couple of weeks, long before July 4th, we want to have it for July 4th weekend, but it'll be long before that, you will see something that's really going to be beautiful. And now we're looking at the World War II fountain, because that's also in pretty bad shape. On the bottom, we're going to duplicate it, I think, with maybe with a slightly different color. Actually, we'll go with a lighter color. But Doug and I have a lot of fun doing it. Your staff is fantastic. They've really worked well. But the concept, so think of it, instead of spending $200, $300, $400 million, and it will never work, we're going to spend like $10 million, maybe $12 million. Instead of spending 4 years, we're going to spend, like, if you add it all up, like a couple of months. And instead of going through 4th of July's as a horrible construction site, we're going to have it open before the 4th of July. And the difference is...
ਉਧਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਹੈ. ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਅਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਥੋੜਾ ਲੰਬੀ ਚੱਲੂਗੀ ਅਜੇ. ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਾਉਣੀ.
Yes, a little after the Lincoln War. It's embarrassing. It was so horrible. I never saw anything like it. It was filthy dirty. It was Biden. And they spent, between the two of them, they spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to fix this thing. Now, when Obama did it, he spent way over $100 million. And they had a great idea. Let's use the water from the Potomac. Because environmentally, they liked it. Somebody said that was good. But the water from the Potomac was not suitable for this, to put it mildly. It was disgusting what happened. And so they spent hundreds of millions, over $100 million. And They immediately closed it. It was closed for many months and nobody did anything. It was closed. It's basically been closed. But go back to 1922. It was always sort of, people think of it as beautiful, but it was always a mess. It's going to be unbelievable. It will be unbelievable. It's actually exciting. I want to ride over there today if I can. You know, I always have a problem with Secret Service is in love with my walking along, checking the sidewalk, the new sidewalk, to see whether or not they pointed it correctly. But they do. We have great contractors doing the job, but we'll spend a very tiny amount of money, and it'll be better than it ever was when it was built in 1922. It's very exciting, actually. To me, I love construction. It's very exciting. And we do many things. We did 28 or 29 fountains. I made a contribution to redoing Lafayette Park. That's the entrance to the White House. And it was an embarrassment. The floors were broken. They had bricks. Some of the bricks were missing. You know where they're missing? They took them out to throw at people. We're going with them. It's going to be a world-class park. It'll be open pretty soon. They're doing a lot of work over there. That was a contribution that I made with some other people. And it's going to be really beautiful. That was really the front door to the White House, but you couldn't even use it. It was so terrible. People would come to the White House, and it was so terrible. So with that, I'm going to ask Pete to talk about some of our great success.
Yes, sir.
Including Venezuela, you might talk.
Absolutely, sir. I think actually your efforts on the reflecting pool are actually a great segue. If you look at Washington and Lincoln, these are two men that faced monumental tasks and stood up in historic fashion and delivered for the American people. And when you step back and look at 47 years of what Iran waged war against us and our people, there's only one man over the course of both presidency who has stood up and said they will never get a nuclear weapon, as Marco said. So whether it was Qasem Soleimani, whether it was scrapping the Obama deal that was going to give them a weapon, whether it was the 12-day war or Operation Midnight Hammer, you created the conditions to ensure the American people and the world are safeguarded from this generational threat. And so when you authorized Operation Epic Fury, just like you talked about with the reflecting pool, we didn't do the same old thing the way we'd done it in the past after Iraq and Afghanistan, the way we waged wars. Instead, you said, we're going to do this smart. We're going to do it overwhelming. We're going to use maximum lethality, and we're going to bring them to their knees. And so whether it's their Navy that's at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, their Air Force, their air defenses, or their defense industrial base, they may have missiles, but they can't build more right now. And they can't build more drones right now. And they can't build more ships. And so they came and cried uncle to talk, which Steve and Jared and the vice president and others are doing so ably. And during that time, we put in a world-class blockade, and they haven't been able to bring anything in or anything out from Iranian ports. And we know from the intel that their economy is hurting big time because that is their lifeblood. And again, bringing them to the table. So whether it is through the efforts of your negotiators that they ensure that they never have a nuclear weapon, or we have to go back to the War Department to finish the job that way. We're prepared to do that. And I think even our reach on the dark fleet of Iranian tankers, no Iranian tanker around the globe is safe. And we've seen seizures all around the globe, again, choking off their economic lifeblood. But all of this is possible, Mr. President, thanks to the investments that you've made in this department, firing on all cylinders. For the second year in a row, we're at historic recruitment rates. Last year, we said that here. This year, we beat it even faster. The American people are excited about what you're bringing to our department. Our defense industrial base, $50 billion in private investments because of the meetings you've held. Defense manufacturers are investing in new plants and new manufacturing, new production lines, so that we're getting weapons faster than ever. And then the $1.5 trillion that you've committed to the department going forward, that's 1 million American jobs, 1 million American manufacturing jobs. That's Golden Dome for America. That's F-47. That's B-21. That's 50 billion in drones. We're going to lead the world in drones, shaving years off of production of all of those, everything under budget and ahead of schedule, which is what the warfighter deserves. And we saw it. You mentioned Venezuela, Mr. President. You saw it on display there. Think of the fact that our Southcom commander just landed via helicopter at our embassy peacefully at the welcome of the Venezuelans, because we're now partnering with them, hopefully, even on the counter-cartel mission as we secure our hemisphere. So we've secured that southwest border. We're going to war with the cartels through the America's Counter-Cartel Coalition. Venezuela is a big part of securing our energy future and defending the homeland. And then I just want to note one more thing to give you a sense of how committed this president is. Maybe a year ago, he heard the call of Nigerian Christians who were being targeted and killed by ISIS in Nigeria. And he said, Pete, I want the War Department to focus on ensuring that we do everything we can to protect those Christians. Partnerships like that can take time behind the scenes, but he never wavered on it. And we got the assets there. And over the last month, and there hasn't been much coverage of this, we killed ISIS #2 in Nigeria, who's most responsible for killing Christians and trying to target the U.S. homeland, and have since, because of the intel we gathered, killed hundreds of ISIS members who were targeting and killing Christians in Nigeria, creating a whole new opportunity there. So there's a lot of things we do that the media pays attention to, and a lot of things that the president empowers the department to do on behalf of the American people that he deserves great credit for.
Thank you. Great job. Great job. I just want to say on recruitment, we're very proud of the fact that for the previous 4 years, previous administration, they couldn't recruit people. And that included, by the way, police and firemen and others. They were not proud of our country. And they couldn't recruit. Anybody with a uniform and was having a hard time recruiting. And they set record low numbers. They were way, way behind. And literally from November 5th, it started. It started even before we got going. But from the time we won the election to now, we've had numbers of recruitment, the likes of which we've never had. Record recruitment in every single branch, and that includes police and firemen. Record recruitment, so we're very proud of that. Thank you. Great job. Thank you, sir. Kelly, please.
Mr. President, you have made us a nation of builders again. You're leading us to the greatest economy that the world has ever known. And I see that every week as I travel this country, main streets across dozens of states, from Alaska to Maine. I've been in many of those states 2 or 3 times. I hear it everywhere I go. Please thank the president for putting us back on track. They thank you. They love you. They want more of what we're doing: tax cuts, deregulation, fair trade, energy dominance. Small businesses are spring-loaded, and we see that in the jobs numbers. In the last 2 months alone, we've created over 300,000 private sector jobs in this country. Most jobs are created by small businesses, 2 out of 3. And small businesses, as you know, make up 99% of all businesses in this country and account for half of our GDP. So when that part of the economy is finally working again, they've gotten out from $5 trillion of regulation that the Biden administration put on hardworking small businesses. They penalized growth, investment, hard work, and success. But thanks to the working family tax cuts that every single Democrat voted against, hardworking families, the welders, the waitresses that I meet on factory floors across this country, from Pennsylvania to New Mexico, where I'll be tomorrow. Brooke and I are going to Arizona tonight. So we see this everywhere we go. It's one of the most underreported stories in the media. Main Street is back, and that's because America first. I'll tell you the other thing about fraud. Small businesses are particularly hurt by the fraud because they're some of our biggest taxpayers in the country. And they show up every day. They work hard to provide for their employees, to build their businesses. They're doing it the honest way. And they see fraudsters taking from the American people. It's taxpayer money. And so you think about, at the SBA, we found $200 billion in fraudulent PPP loans that the Biden administration tried to hide and forgive and sweep under the rug. We've turned the first $22 billion of that over to Treasury for collections and to DOJ for prosecution. Our Inspector General is already announcing that people are going to jail. There are jail sentences now being served. We've announced that 140,000 people have been barred from ever getting SBA loans again, defrauding the government for about $9 billion. So we are going to continue our work under the great leadership of Vice President Vance, and appreciate the partnership because it's really accelerated our ability to get the job done. But then just back to small businesses, we have record business formation in this country. That's another story that the media won't tell you. Over 500,000 businesses on average a month this year. So it's not just record people working, strong job creation, business formation at all-time records in this country. But we have manufacturing expansion, 4 consecutive months. That means that's a leading indicator, meaning that we have expansion coming. Another story the media won't tell you, 98% of all manufacturers are small businesses. 75% of our defense industrial base is small business. They're our main exporters. And so America first, free trade, fair trade, deregulation, tax cuts, and energy dominance. is helping workers on Main Street, and that's why they tell you to tell me to tell you, Mr. President, thank you, and they love you.
Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you, Kevin. And I just say, we went to China last week. We had an amazing meeting with President Xi. The relationship's very good. We're doing a lot of business with China now, but it's not where they were ripping us off for years and years. They ripped us off like nobody ever got ripped off. Now it's a very profitable business that we do with China. And they respect our country again. We have the strongest military in the world by far. They respect our country again. Scott, please.
Sir, on the economy, 2 words: resilience and prosperity. The continued resilience of the economy speaks for itself, even during the Iran conflict, and it speaks to the strength of your leadership. Pro-growth policies are creating conditions for American families and businesses to prosper. We're entering the second half of our 250th anniversary year with renewed optimism and momentum. It has never been a better time to be an American, and as you said earlier, we have a record number of Americans working. The economy that you are building is not only strong, but secure and resilient and better positioned to compete globally. Real GDP has risen 2.7% over the past 4 quarters, something that many economists said couldn't be done. In the first quarter of 2026, despite the Iran conflict, GDP grew at a 2% annual rate. The Atlanta Fed GDP now is predicting 4.3% for this quarter. In terms of prices, I believe the prices are transitory. Oil will be lower than pre-conflict levels when this ends. Natural gas is already down, as you mentioned. Drug and pharmaceutical prices, they are plummeting, and rent is down. We are more resilient to energy price fluctuations due to your energy dominance agenda, to regulatory efforts, and we have never sold so much energy to the rest of the world. Business investment rose at a 10.4% annual rate in the first quarter. Capital expenditures and business equipment rose more than 17%, and that is as a result of the tax bill and tariffs. Jobs related to commercial construction, factory construction are up 90,000 since your inauguration. In the past 2 months, the private sector, as Kelly said, has added 313,000 new jobs. And those are private sector jobs, sir, including 13,000 manufacturing jobs. We have construction jobs. We're building the factories, and those will turn into manufacturing jobs. The stock market has hit new highs. The stock market lives in the future. It is seeing on the other side of this conflict, it is a strong symbol of optimism for the future. Corporate earnings are high, and wages are doing well. For the tax season, we had the best tax filing season in history, which is a victory for Main Street. The average refund was nearly $3,300, 11% increase from last tax filing season. And importantly, 62 million returns had one of your 4 signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. They reduced taxes. 85% of our seniors paid no taxes on Social Security, and the deductibility of auto loans for American-made cars. For what I believe is the most important government benefit for young people since the GI Bill, the Trump accounts. The app will be available on all major platforms tomorrow morning, and it will place the American dreams into the palms of the hands of parents and children. Nearly 6 million kids have been signed up for Trump accounts, and they will launch on July 4th, and it will be a great symbol of the 250th anniversary. Main Street prosperity, workers have seen positive wage gains. The unemployment rate remains low at 4.3%, and private sector job growth is strong. So, sir, just to reiterate, resilience and prosperity have been the marks of your second term.
It's been great. It's been amazing, actually. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. President. Iris Tao with NTV Social Media with the Epoch Times. We've done a lot to clean up DC and fight crimes here. And as a lot of Americans and people from all around the world are coming to the nation's capital ahead of the major 250th birthday events here, how important is it for you to really keep delivering on these results, but also what does it mean for America's identity on the national and international stage?
So I'm very proud of DC because when we came here a little more than a year ago, it was a very dangerous place. And now it's a very safe place. It's been incredible what's happened as you see the crime numbers. We had restaurants closing up and nobody wanted to go to a restaurant. They were afraid to walk to work. It was very, very dangerous place, very unsafe. And now it's a very safe place. We brought in the National Guard. We worked with Cash and the FBI, and Janine is doing fantastically, and Todd, everybody. And it's now a very safe city, and people are pouring in, and you see the grass is all beautiful. We put a lot of new grass in because, you know, like people, grass has a life too. And this grass it was up a long time. But the waterfalls we talked about and the fountains are, most of them are in the final stages or fixed. People are writing me letters. People are talking about it. We have some of the most beautiful fountains in the world. And there wasn't one, not one, that worked. We had 29. Out of the 29, not one was worked, in addition to the reflecting pool, which is even, you know, that was the big one of them all, but that was a disaster. So with all of that, and this place is looking beautiful. I rode through it yesterday. The fences are down. The homeless aren't staying here any longer. We're helping them out, but we're not, you know, we just can't have them in the nation's capital. And when foreign dignitaries come in, they're saying, the first thing they say to me, this place has really changed. They saw that it was going down. Our whole country was going down, just like DC was going down. And as you know, the restaurants were closing up. There weren't very many restaurants, and now they're opening up. You can't get a space. And everyone's going out to dinner and they're safe. And we had the national security and we have the National Guard, and we're going to keep them. You know, I want to, by the way, just in case I mentioned, keep them. Okay. And don't lower the number either. So somebody said, oh, are there less? I said, I hope not, but don't lower the number if you don't mind. Okay.
We're going to
Just keep
surge
them.
this summer too.
They look great. You know what? They give people, we took out 5,000 criminals, hardcore criminals. By the way, 90% of the crime is calculated. They count 2% of the people do 90% of the crime. That's a great number. Because when you get rid of 2%, 2% you can get rid of. 90% you can't get rid of, 2%. So 2% create 90% of the crime, 91% actually, to be exact. And we moved 5,000 people, Todd, out of here. These are career criminals. Many of them came over from the last administration through the open border, the ridiculous open border, no vetting. Nobody knew who they were. They came out of prisons. They came out of, they're drug dealers. There were people from mental institutions. And Washington, D.C. is now a safe and beautiful place. And it's only going to get more beautiful. Yeah, please.
President Trump, thank you so much for having us in here today. What are your thoughts? Why do you think that Joe Biden is trying to sue the Department of Justice, former President Joe Biden, to have his tapes that he did interviews on blocked from the American people hearing them? Do you think that he's trying to hide something? And maybe Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche could comment on if they will countersue and release those tapes to the American public.
Are you talking about it with respect to his book?
With respect to
Well, I'd like to see it. I don't know. Maybe there's some constitutional reason. I don't know. I would like to see what he has to say, because we can never allow what happened to this country to happen. The man was grossly incompetent, and the Democrats, I call them the Democrats because the policy is so bad, but they came very close to destroying our country. We can never let it happen again. And I hope that you're able to produce that. I think it would be very interesting reading for people.
Mr. President, Iran wants control of the Strait of Hormuz. Would you accept a short-term deal that allows Iran and Oman to control the strait? And would they have to open it immediately, or would you be open to that happening over a period of time?
No, the strait's going to be open to everybody.
And who would control
It's international waters. Nobody's going to control it. We're going to watch over it. We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation that we have. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, so we'll have to blow them up. They understand that. They'll be fine.
Mr. President, thank you. How much economic pressure do you feel to get the Strait of Hormuz open?
Well, you have to say, the United States has so much oil that we are an exporter of oil. So we have plenty of oil. We're very lucky. We're blessed with the greatest piece of land in the world from that standpoint. And we have more than anybody else. And now when you add Venezuela to it, we have, I think, 64% of the world's oil. And we're getting along very well with Venezuela, by the way. It's being run really beautifully. The big companies are moving in. It's going to be amazing because it's also like us. They're very blessed in that sense. But we have natural energy that no other country has. We have more than anybody else. So it's really a world problem because most of the world doesn't have that. And we're making it available. During the closing, I don't know if you've seen some of the satellite pictures, boats, hundreds of boats lined up. It looks like, I used to say, the Long Island Expressway with cars. They're lined up and they're coming to Texas, Louisiana. They're coming to Alaska to fill up their boat, their big boat. Some of them are really big, 2 billion gallons. Even bigger than that now they make them. They make them up to 4, Chris, I hear. Now they make them up to 4. The 4 are now the big ones. Used to be the ones. Now it's 4 million barrels of, think of that, 4 million barrels of oil in one boat. But they're lined up and they're right now heading to Texas, and they've already filled up and they've gone back. In addition to that, you have a lot of boats, about 1,500 boats in the strait wanting to get out, and at the right time we'll release them.
But the American people are seeing higher gas prices.
Yeah, they
It's
are.
come down a little bit, but it's still $4.
No, it's come down.
45 cents.
Oh, it'll come down a lot. It'll come down to where it was before. We had it when I was in Iowa. We had we're driving by and we saw gas stations, $1.90 a gallon, $1.85, $1.87 were the three that we saw. We had it down in some places below. Now we can't help but California where they charge so much tax that you lower it and they charge tax. They've got to straighten the act out in California, but we had gasoline down to a very low number. I think we'll be hitting that number shortly after that whole excursion ends. But regardless of anything, as Marco said better than anybody can say it, you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. They would use it instantly. They wouldn't think about it. They would use it instantly. I've gotten to know them. They would use it instantly.
Does that give you more urgency, Mr. President? You've said that you're in no rush to make a deal, but with gas prices that are so high across the country, people are paying more for travel. Does that give you more urgency to make a deal? Why doesn't it?
Well, I'll tell you the primary urgency I have. I said this, it wasn't covered properly, but the primary urgency is that we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. But at the same time, we have a tremendous amount of oil, gas, coal. We have tremendous amounts of energy. We're blessed with something very special. Those prices are going to come down. They're going to come down fast. I think that you'll see, actually, Todd, I think you're going to see lower prices that we had even before we did this. Now, I knew there'd be an increase. I said, we have a choice. We don't have to do anything. And in 2 years or 1 year or 2 months, because Iran would have had if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks from that date because they were ready to go. And if they had a nuclear weapon, it would have been used already. It also would have been used had I not terminated the Obama deal, the Iran nuclear deal, as we call it. That was in my first term. Had I not terminated that, they would have had a nuclear weapon a long time ago. I would say it was a guarantee that it would have been used. And it would have blown up Israel. It would have blown up the entire Middle East. And that's never going to happen. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, on the shooting in Iran, would you be comfortable with Russia or China taking their stockpile of highly enriched uranium and have they offered?
No, I wouldn't be comfortable.
Mr. President,
That would not make me comfortable.
Is the U.S. considering easing sanctions on Iran to allow Iran to sell its crude to market?
No, we're not talking about any easing of sanctions or giving money. No sanctions, no money, no nothing. We have control of money that they claim is theirs. We'll keep control of that money. When they behave properly and when they do what's right, we'll let them have their money. But right now, we're not doing that. And it's not, one thing is not contingent on the other.
Mr. President, on the shooting last weekend, it came barely a month after the third assassination attempt against you during the White House Correspondents' Dinner. What was your reaction when you first heard about the latest shooting, and what gives you the courage to really keep doing your job effectively without thinking about these threats every day?
Well, I can't think about it because if I thought about it a lot, I wouldn't be a very good president. I wouldn't be here, probably. I'd be up in some room with a locked door and say, just leave me alone. So I can't really think about it. It's just something that it's a sad part of life. It's a dangerous business. What I'm doing is a dangerous business. And they say, and look, we have been maybe the most consequential, but we certainly have been one of the most consequential. This group has been a very consequential administration. And they say if you're not consequential, you don't have so much problem. If you are consequential, you do. So you have to look at that. But it's a shame. It's a very sad fact of life. Look, anybody in office, not only in this country, in other countries too, but when you are a consequential president, your life is in grave danger. I knew that. Yeah.
Mr. President, how would you characterize the current state of the talks with Iran? I guess if it were a football field, what yard line would you be on?
Well, I think we're doing very well. They are starting to give us the things that they have to give us. And if they do, that's great. And if they won't, then the man on my left is going to finish them off.
Is there a
Gonna
time
happen.
frame in your mind?
What?
Is there a time frame in your mind for?
I mean, it happens quickly. The problem is every time I mention a time frame, for instance, I see, we've been doing this for a few months. Vietnam lasted 19 years. Korea lasted 8 years. Afghanistan lasted many years. They were all many, many years, and we're into it for a few months. And I read about you people like you. What's taking so long? But we're in it. We lost between two big wars, Venezuela and Iran. We lost 13 souls, 13 great people. Met the parents, great people. And it's a terrible thing, but 13. If you look at the war casualties and the deaths in wars from Vietnam and all that, they lost hundreds of thousands of people in numerous of these wars. We're very cognizant of that. We want to lose very few. We want very few to be injured. We're very careful. But war is war. War's dangerous. But we've lost 13. I saw the Democrats took an ad putting in the 13 people that were lost. And when you look at hundreds of thousands of people that were lost in the Middle East, Iraq, all the different wars we were in, we have done an amazing job. With that being said, I hate to lose 13. I hate to lose one, but we've been very capable. I mean, when you think of it, we took over Venezuela in one day. We have done a similar job, but we said, well, give them a little chance at the request of somebody that we greatly respect from Pakistan, the field marshal and the prime minister. They've been great. They asked us, would we pause the war for a little while because they'd like to do so. We will do that. But we had them beat. They're, no better now. We could close it out very quickly. If we can do it in a different way, that'd be good. If we get everything we want, but we could close that out very, very quickly, and we may have to. I don't think so, but we may have to.
Mr. President, ask about the World Cup.
We may have to.
Spent a lot of money getting the World Cup here and increasing the infrastructure. Does the economic benefit outweigh the cost?
No, the World Cup is great. It's the most successful they've ever had, ticket-wise. It's they've never had anything that sold so quickly. It's amazing because it's the United States. You don't think of I call it soccer. It's just easier to do because we have football and they have two footballs, right? They call it football. But most people never thought they'd see anything like that. The World Cup, it's turned out to be the most successful World Cup from the standpoint of what's happening than they've ever had. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much. Romina Ortiz with Turning Point USA. I have one question for you and one question for Vice President J.D. Vance on fraud. What's your message to the New Jersey leaders pushing back against ICE operations at Delaney Hall?
About ICE?
Yes.
Or about NICE, as I call it, NICE, the NICE facility. I'd love to change the name, call it NICE. They do a great job, and it's all paid for protesters. You can see by the signs. The signs are all made by the same beautiful factory. It's a printing plant. In fact, I'm thinking about using it. They do such a nice job. These aren't protesters. These people are fake. They're all paid for. And I will tell you, Tom Holman and that whole group, and now Mark Wayne is so incredible. Mark Wayne, do you want to just respond to that? We run the finest facilities anywhere in the world of their type, but we have some horrible killers. We have killers. We have guys that have murdered numerous people in there, and these are the people they're trying to protect. There's nobody that runs a facility like we do. Mark Wayne, please.
Yeah, it shows that this radical left Democrats' priorities when they decide to go out and protest a detention center where we're housing rapists, child predators, murderers, drug dealers, and they choose Memorial Day of all the time to go protest something that they say that that it's because they're on a hunger strike when there was only a handful of individuals that was refusing to eat because they want their ethnic group or their ethnic right food. Well, they can go back to their country and get whatever food they want. The fact is, we're giving them the calories they want. This isn't Holiday Inn. We're giving them sanitation. But for the Democrats and the governor, like Governor Sherrill and Senator Kim and Senator Booker, to go out and do something like this of all the days is very frustrating. And we see Antifa signs are literally out there. The local police literally refusing to respond. They barricade it, not allowing our employees to come in and out. ICE has to go out there, remove the barricade, and then you have one of the senators complain because he got splattered with a pepper ball. I'm sorry, you probably shouldn't have been there.
One thing I'll say about that, the local police, I know a lot of the New Jersey police, they're phenomenal. They love us, but they're told not to do anything.
That's right.
They love us. They love him. They even love me a lot. And I'm in New Jersey a lot. It's great. I mean, I think it's a great place. It's got a group of people running it now that are having a hard time, but they really like this administration. They love this administration more than any administration they've ever had. And they're thanking me all the time. And, I see those guys going up and down the Jersey Turnpike with their big, beautiful hats on. I say, I'd like to look like that someday. They're great. No, these are great people, and they love him, and they love ICE, and they love the Border Patrol, and they're not allowed to talk to anybody. It's like, but it all comes from the top. They have to follow orders. They want to keep their jobs.
Are you expecting Congress to pass a federal gas tax holiday?
A gas tax holiday?
Yeah, to suspend federal.
Well, it's something we might talk about. Let's see what happens over the next week, 2 weeks. A lot of good things are happening. No, I was invited to I was going to go on Wednesday, but they closed it out very quickly. They're great. And Jim Dolan's a great guy. He's, as you know, owns and in charge of Madison Square Garden. He's having a good year. Boy, what a team. They win all their games. They have some great players. I think I'll be going to one of the games. I was invited by numerous people and Jim, and I think I'll be going. It's great to see it. The Knicks have really suffered for years, and they're doing right. They're doing right now very well.
Would you accept an agreement with Iran that just calls for further talks on uranium? Or
No.
the only option?
No, the basics. No, I would for some of it, because it's a memorandum of understanding for Speed. And one of the things that will happen is the strait will open immediately, but it's got to be perfect. I'm not going to do this. I didn't do this to get a crummy agreement. The worst agreement ever signed was by Barack Hussein Obama. What a horrible agreement that was. It was a setback for this country, for the whole world. The Middle East would have blown itself up. No, I would like to have the countries we're talking about, with Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and the others, we'd like to have them immediately join and Steve Witkoff is working on that with Jared and some others, but would like to have them join the Abraham Accords. It'll be historic if
this
they
is the
do
big
it.
one.
I think they owe that to us, to be honest. I think, because that really would be a tremendous sign. And I think those countries owe it to us. Steve, are you going to get them to sign?
We're definitely pushing it, Mr. President.
I'm not sure we should make the deal if they don't sign. You want to know the truth.
Oh.
If they don't sign to join the Abraham Accords, I don't know that we have countries in there already. UAE, great countries, bold countries. And it's turned out to be so good, so effective. And so we're, requesting strongly that they join. It'll be great. It'll be great for Saudi Arabia. It'll be great for Qatar and Kuwait, the whole group.
So the Iran deal might be contingent on more countries joining.
I don't know. I don't want to say that. I'm not going to give you, what's contingent, what's not. I can say that we can make a good deal right now, but maybe not a great deal. And if it's not a great deal, we're not making it. So because we can make a great deal with this guy right here.
Wow.
And but it's it's a lot nastier. Probably wouldn't go as quickly. We wouldn't be talking about as quickly, but it would be foolproof. But I think we're doing very well, Steve. I think we're doing pretty well in terms of the negotiation, but we'll see. If it's not going to be a real deal, because Obama had that horrible JCPOA, whatever it was the worst deal. It was a path for Iran to have a nuclear weapon very quickly. Years ago, they would have had a nuclear weapon. We might not be here talking about it right now. They would have had a nuclear weapon. And frankly, Obama picked the wrong country. He should have picked another country. I won't tell you what it was, but he picked the wrong country when he picked Iran. But we have things understood now with Iran. It's been nasty. They've lost their leaders. They've lost, and it really is regime change. You know, we didn't set out for regime change, but by the fact that we're dealing with a totally different group of people than we were at the beginning. And frankly, I find them to be much more reasonable. I actually find them to be smarter, but I find them to be much more reasonable. This is regime change. One regime is gone, another regime is gone. We're dealing with the third, pieces of it, because some of them are gone too. And I find them, I think, how can you have a stronger regime change than that, you know? So I do find that. I'd like to thank you all very much. We're doing great. Our country is doing fantastically well, and this group of people is outstanding. Thank you all very much.
ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਖਤਮ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਆਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹਨੇ ਕਹਿਤੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਜੰਗ ਹੀ ਖਤਮ ਨਾ ਕਰਾਂ ਜੇ ਅਬਰਾਹਮ ਅਕੋਰਡ ਸਾਈਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੇ। ਇਟਸ ਅ ਵੈਰੀ ਬਿਗ ਥਿੰਗ। ਅਬਰਾਹਮ ਅਕੋਰਡ ਸਾਈਨ ਕਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਦੇ ਓ ਟੂ ਅਸ, ਦੇ ਓ ਇਟ ਟੂ ਅਸ। ਇਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ। ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਨੇ, ਸੋ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਏਗੀ ਹੁਣ। ਇਹ 'ਚ UAE ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਾਊਦੀ ਅਰੇਬੀਆ, ओमान आ गया, कतर आ गया, पाकिस्तान आ गया, और किहड़े आ, कुवैत आ गया। ये जिहड़े मुल्क है किदां साइन करनगे? वो कहंदा जे ये होएगा ही नहीं तो हो सकता कि असीं साइन ही ना करिए। It's a very big thing. It's a very big thing. ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। Let me play it once again. ਜਿੱਥੇ ਇਹਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਫੁੱਲ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਤੇ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ।
And we'd like to have the countries we were talking about, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and the others, we'd like to have them immediately join and Steve Witkoff is working on that with Jared and some others, but would like to have them join the Abraham Accords. It'll be historic if they do it. And I think they owe that to us, to be honest. I think, because that really would be a tremendous sign. And I think those countries owe it to us. Steve, are you going to get them to sign?
We're definitely pushing it, Mr. President.
I'm not sure we should make the deal if they don't sign. You want to know the truth. If they don't sign to join the Abraham Accords, I don't know that we have countries in there already. UAE, great countries, bold countries. And it's turned out to be so good, so effective. And so we're, requesting strongly that they join. It'll be great. It'll be great for Saudi Arabia. It'll be great. And
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਬਿਆਨ ਹੈ, ਬੜਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਬਿਆਨ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਇਬਰਾਹਿਮ ਅਕੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਈਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਗੀਆਂ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਅਸੀਂ ਡੀਲ ਬੰਦ ਨਾ ਕਰੀਏ। ਬਾਕੀ ਮੋਟੇ ਤੌਰ 'ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਵਾਟਰ ਹੈ ਸਭ ਦੇ ਹੈ, ਇੱਥੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਦਾ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਲਣਾ। ਕੋਈ ਟੋਲ ਟੂਲ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਸਾਰੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਮਾਰੀ ਕਿ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਨਾ ਹੀ ਹੋਣ ਦੇਣੀ ਹੈ। ਸਿਮਿਲਰ ਨੋਟ 'ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਿਮਿਲਰ ਨੋਟ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੱਲ, ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਮੰਨਦਾ। ਜੇ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਸਾਈਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਤਾਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਚੱਲ ਜਾਈਏ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਈਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ, ਅਸੀਂ ਡੀਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਸੈਟਸ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਡੀਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਣੇ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਮਿਡ ਟਰਮ ਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੀ ਪਰਵਾਹ ਨਹੀਂ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਕੰਫਰਟੇਬਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਜਾਂ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਨੂੰ ਈਰਾਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਾਈ ਐਨਰਿਚਡ ਯੂਰੇਨੀਅਮ ਦਾ ਸਟਾਕ ਪਾਈਲ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਨਾਟ ਬੀ ਕੰਫਰਟੇਬਲ ਜੇ ਸਟਾਕ ਪਾਈਲ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਲੈ ਜੇ ਜਾਂ ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਲੈ ਜੇ। ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਮੰਨਦਾ, ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਇਸੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਪਾਇਆ ਸੀ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਰਿਸਪੈਕਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਉਹ ਮੰਨ ਜਾਣ। ਅਸੀਂ ਈਰਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਓਪਰਚੁਨਿਟੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਔਰ ਉਦੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਰਿਕੁਐਸਟ ਕੀਤੀ। ਰਿਕੁਐਸਟ ਕਿਹਨੇ ਕੀਤੀ? ਫੀਲਡ ਮਾਰਸ਼ਲ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ। ਓਮਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਉਡਾਨ ਦੀ ਧਮਕੀ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਓਮਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਉਡਾਨ ਦੀ ਧਮਕੀ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਕਾਫੀ ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਸੁਣੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਸੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਪੂਰੀ ਦੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣਾਈ ਜਾਏ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦਾ ਮਕਸਦ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਫਿਲਟਰ ਤੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏ। ਹਾਂ, ਗਿਆ ਓਮਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ।
On the Strait of Hormuz, Mr. President, Iran wants control of the Strait of Hormuz. Would you accept a short-term deal that allows Iran and Oman to control the strait? And would they have to open it immediately, or would you be open to that happening over a period of time?
No, the strait's going to be open to everybody.
And who would control
It's
it?
international waters. Nobody's going to control it. We're going to watch over it. We'll watch over it, but nobody's going to control it. That's part of the negotiation that we have. They would like to control it. Nobody's going to control it. It's international waters, and Oman will behave just like everybody else, who will have to blow them up. They understand that. They'll be fine.
That will be fun. And ਅਸੀਂ ਉਡਾ ਦੇਾਂਗੇ, blow them up. You're gonna blow them up. So ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਏ ਕਿਸੇ ਡੀਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਗੱਲਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ, ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਆਲਮੋਸਟ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਰ ਪਈ। ਕੋਈ ਐਸੀ ਗੱਲ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੀ। ਕਲੀਅਰ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਉਹ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਸਾਈਨ ਕਰ ਲੈਣ। ਅਸੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਅਬਰਾਹਮ ਅਕੋਰਡ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਾਮਿਲ ਹੋਣ। ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ, ਐਂਡ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ।
By Barack Hussein Obama. What a horrible agreement that was. It was a setback for this country, for the whole world. The Middle East would have blown itself up. No, I would like to have the countries we were talking about, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and the others. We'd like to have them immediately join and Steve Witkoff is working on that with Jared and some others, but would like to have them join the Abraham Accords. It'll be historic if they do it. And I think they owe that to us, to be honest. I think because that really would be a tremendous sign. And I think those countries owe it to us.
Mr. President.
Steve, are you going to get them to sign?
We're definitely pushing it, Mr. President.
I'm not sure we should make the deal if they don't sign. You want to know?
That's a big thing.
If they don't sign to join the Abraham Accords, I don't know that we have countries in there already.
ਇਹ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਬਿਆਨ ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਇਸ ਪੂਰੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ, ਜੇ ਉਹ ਸਾਈਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਅਬਰਾਹਮ ਅਕੋਰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਤਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਡੀਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਈਨ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ। ਸਟੀਵ ਵਿਟਕੌਫ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਤੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਰ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ? ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੂਰਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼।
We're definitely pushing it, Mr. President.
I'm not sure we should make the deal if they don't sign. You want to know the truth? If they don't sign to join the Abraham Accords, I don't know that we have countries in there already. UAE, great countries, bold countries, and it's.
ਇਹਨੇ ਪੀਟ ਹੈਗਸੈਟ ਵੱਲ ਵੀ ਦੇਖਣਾ। ਪੀਟ ਹੈਗਸੈਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾਰ ਹੈ, ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਨੇ, ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਇਸ਼ਾਰਾ ਵੀ ਹੈ।
Turned out to be so good, so effective, and so we're, requesting strongly that they join. It'll be great. It'd be great for Saudi
Requesting strongly.
Arabia. It'd be great for they join. It'll be great. It'd be, and so we're, requesting strongly that they join. It'll be great. It'd be great for Saudi Arabia. It'd be great for Qatar and Kuwait, the whole group.
So the Iran deal might be contingent on more countries joining the
I don't know.
Accords.
I don't want to say that. I'm not going to give you, what's contingent, what's not. I can say that we can make a good deal right now, but maybe not a great deal. And if it's not a great deal, we're not making it. Because we can make a great deal with this guy right here. And, but it's, it's a lot nastier. Probably wouldn't go as quickly. We wouldn't be talking about as quickly, but it would be foolproof. But I think we're doing very well, Steve. I think we're doing pretty well in terms of the negotiation, but we'll see.
ਸੋ ਪੀਟ ਹੈਗਸੈਟ ਵੱਲ ਇਸ਼ਾਰਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਇਹ ਬੰਦਾ ਕਰਦਾ ਡੀਲ, ਫੂਲ ਪ੍ਰੂਫ ਡੀਲ ਹੋਏਗੀ, ਨੈਸਟੀਅਰ ਹੋਏਗੀ, ਮਤਲਬ ਜੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਲੱਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਅਜੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਬਿਲੀਵ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਨੀਆਂ ਮੰਨੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ, ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਬਿਲੀਵ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ। ਬਟ ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਨਾਓ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਟੂ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਜ ਇਵੈਂਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਉੱਥੇ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ 2026 ਓਲੰਪਿਕ ਤੇ ਪੈਰਾ ਓਲੰਪਿਕ ਐਥਲੀਟਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ, ਔਰ ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੈਲੀਬ੍ਰੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ
us when I say sometimes that felt like nobody was really listening. That changed last year on April 28th when Canada elected a new prime minister who genuinely wants to invest in sport to build Canada strong. Alors, c'est mon honneur distinct de vous présenter aujourd'hui le plus grand champion de notre nation de pouvoir de sport. Prime Minister Carney is somebody whose career has been forged by early morning practices on the rink and long runs on the trails. I've recently come to know that he knows his way around a basketball and a soccer ball as well, and it shows in the way he's leading our country to face these challenges head on with consistency and determination. Please join me in welcoming Prime Minister Mark Carney.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Adam. Wow. I am in the presence of greatness. What an honor. It is a great honor. I get to do things like say the following. On behalf of all Canadians, congratulations and thank you. Thank you for what you've done. Wow. I'm going to tell you a few things you know. Long nights, late nights, long days, discipline, sacrifice, relentless spirit. You rose to compete at the very highest level. For 128 Canadians, this was the first time you competed at the Olympic or Paralympic Games. At Milano Cortina, you showed the world the very best of Canada. Remember that sound as you walked into the stadium for Canada. Remember what you delivered for Canada. You made us all so very proud. You brought home 36 medals, 8 gold, 11 silver, 17 bronze. But behind those numbers, as impressive as they are milestones, stories of personal, remarkable feats. Our Paralympic wheelchair curling team not only won gold, they made history becoming the first curling team to go through an entire tournament undefeated, finishing with 11 wins, 0 losses. With his bronze medal, Brendan McKay returned Canada to the Olympic podium in men's ski halfpipe for the first time in 12 years. Natalie Wilkie brought home not just one, not just two, not just three, 4 medals from the Paralympic Games. But all of you gave us something, all of you gave all Canadians and people around the world something even greater. You reminded us as Canadians, though, that we're part of something bigger. It was referenced a moment ago, it's a tough world out there. It's a more divided world. Your success, your drive, your example, your sports, your sense of sporting values, that united this country. I think of the various, you think in Forest, Ontario, neighbors gathering in the local Legion and celebrating Tyler McGregor's silver medal in para ice hockey. In Calgary, ski jumper Nicole Moore's mother runs a retirement home, and all the residents gather to watch Nicole's Olympic debut and share the joy of a dream realized. À Gatineau, c'est pas loin d'ici, le club de ski de fond Nakurtuk. J'étais là plusieurs fois avec ma fille et ma femme. À Nakurtuk, où Catherine Stewart-Jones s'entraînait autrefois, on regardait l'athlète olympique avec l'espoir de pouvoir, eux aussi, porter un jour la feuille d'arabe. En vous regardant arborer fièrement les couleurs du Canada, les communautés se sont rassemblées pour encourager et célébrer notre pays. En Italie, vous avez incarné l'esprit, l'ambition, les aspirations communes de tous les Canadiens et de tous les Canadiens. Et le pays tout entier est très fier de vous. Now, this success, your success, doesn't happen alone. Behind every athlete is a team of people who help make your journeys possible. The parents who wake up before dawn to drive you to competitions or practices. The coaches who stay late long after practice has ended to push you further. The family, the friends, the loved ones who stood beside you through the victories, yes, but also through the setbacks, the injuries, the moments in between. And so today we're celebrating, of course, you, as we should, but also the people behind our athletes. Merci. Merci pour les sacrifices que vous avez faits et pour votre dévouement envers nos athlètes. Vous êtes la force qui motive chaque athlète et le souffle qui anime chaque performance. Vous êtes le moteur d'équipe Canada. Now, your stories all started, this was referenced a moment ago. These stories start in the family and they also start in the community. At the rink down the street, a local soccer club, well, maybe not for the Winter Olympic. Well, you could also play soccer. You're all amazing athletes who play soccer as well. Local soccer club, the track at the high school. And that's why in April, responding to Adam's leadership, someone who knows both the podium and the playground. That's why in April, the government announced the largest investment in sport in Canada's history, providing more than $750 million in funding for athletes. We salute you for being at the podium. We salute you for being at the highest levels. But as you know, we want everyone to be a part of sport. We want full participation in sport. Your sport's played everywhere by everyone. You've just inspired the nation. We want that, translate that inspiration, particularly amongst the young, into activity. So that means building new pools, gymnasiums, ski trails, tennis courts. We have something called the Build Community Strong Fund. You know, we're building big things in this country, big ports, high-speed rail, hydroelectricity, renewables across the country. But the most important thing we're doing is building in the community, anchoring much of what we're building in the community around sport, because as you know, sport brings together. Sports teaches excellence, it teaches teamwork. So we're working. And this is separate, by the way, from that $750 million. The separate $750 million is for the athletes. It's for the participation. This is over $5 billion for the actual facilities. So the next generation of athletes can play, train, and one day, some of them, and it's a very rarefied group that makes it into that unique hue of brown that has been chosen by Lululemon for athletes, which I kind of like. I don't know. I'm interested in hearing what you thought about the outfits. No one else has it. It's only the few, the proud, that wear that. But they all learn something as being part of that. C'est dans les centres communautaires que bon nombre de nos futurs athlètes feront le premier pas sur le long chemin qui les mènera aux Jeux olympiques ou paralympiques. C'est là que les jeunes athlètes prennent confiance en eux pour la toute première fois grâce au sport. Et c'est là qu'ils se rendent après avoir regardé vos performances, en espérant qu'un jour, ils feront eux aussi partie d'Équipe Canada. C'est ça, le pouvoir du sport. Et c'est ce que notre gouvernement a choisi de développer. Now, I'll make one other sporting reference, because within a month, Canada will welcome athletes and fans from around the world as we co-host the FIFA World Cup. So it's one thing to have the big games in the stadiums in Toronto and Vancouver, but more importantly, equally as importantly, is having full participation. So we've just announced last week that we'll support more than 330 communities across the country to celebrate soccer and our country in soccer, from live match viewings to soccer-themed programs, so all Canadians can come together and cheer on Team Canada. Now, to every Olympian and Paralympian in this room, thank you. I hope you are extremely proud of what you've accomplished. I don't think you can appreciate just how much you've inspired your fellow countrymen and women, because you have. And I will tell you that excellence in sport, like excellence in life, leads to good things. I wouldn't be here, right, without excellence in Adam Van Couverden, right? One of the first MPs, he was an MP at the time, who convinced me to run for the leadership. One of the first who pushed, and there's others here, Madeleine, Zoe, many of my colleagues, Linda, who pushed for excellence. If we're going to do something for sport, let's do it right. Let's not do half measures. Let's do it at the level that you represent. Let's do it big. Let's do it sustained. Let's make a difference. Yes, for the elite, for you, for those who are close to being at your level, but also for all Canadians, because we are building Canada strong, and we are building Canada strong for all. Merci beaucoup. I look forward to seeing you there. Thank you very much.
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਸ਼ਿਰਕਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਇਸ ਈਵੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਪਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਬਰ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਹੀ ਵਾਲੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਹਟੀ ਹੈ, ਉੱਧਰੋਂ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ। ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ, ਉੱਥੇ ਜੇਕਰ ਕੋਈ ਬਹਿਸ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਵੱਡੀ, ਤਾਂ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ, ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਐਸੀ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ। ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ, ਔਰ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਦੇਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਵਿਰੋਧੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੋਲਣੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਣਗੇ, ਆਈ ਟਰਾਈ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦਿਖਾ ਸਕਾਂ। ਪਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਾ, ਆਪਾਂ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਵਾਲੀ ਵੀ ਦੇਖ ਲਈ। ਤਿੱਬਤ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਦੀ ਜਿਓਗ੍ਰਾਫੀ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੀਏ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਅਧੀਨ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਹੈ ਤਿੱਬਤ ਦੀ ਆਜ਼ਾਦ ਸਰਕਾਰ, ਉਹ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਨ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਈਲ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਨ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਈਲ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਮੈਂ ਗੱਲ ਉਸਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਵਾਂਗ ਜੀ, ਉਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਦੌਰੇ ਤੇ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ। ਵਾਂਗ ਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਕਾਫੀ ਸਖਤ ਸੁਭਾਅ ਦੇ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੇ ਅਦਰਵਾਈਜ਼, ਔਰ ਇਹ 10 ਸਾਲਾਂ 'ਚ 10 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇਹ ਹੋਣ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਚੀਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੋਵੇ, ਦਿਸ ਜੈਂਟਲਮੈਨ ਵਾਂਗ ਜੀ। ਇਹ ਕੱਲ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ ਔਰ 3 ਦਿਨਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਨਾਲ, if I'm not wrong, let me just check, yes, from May 28th to May 30th ਇਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਵਿਜ਼ਿਟ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਅਜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਆਈਟਨਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਕੈਜੂਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਾਰੀ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ 22 ਤਰੀਕ ਨੂੰ, ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਡਿਪਲੋਮੈਟਿਕ ਸਕੈਜੂਲ ਸੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ, ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ। ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੇਵਲ ਇਹੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ 28 ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ 30 ਮਈ ਤੱਕ ਇਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਣਗੇ। ਆ ਦੇਖੋ, UN ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਦੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਵੀ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਹੀ ਹੈ, ਸੋ ਇਹ ਉੱਥੇ 26 ਮਈ ਨੂੰ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਗਏ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਸੰਬੋਧਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਮਈ 28 ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਆਫ ਫਰੈਂਡਸ ਆਫ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਗਵਰਨੈਂਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਅਟੈਂਡ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਔਰ ਫਿਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ UN ਜਨਰਲ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਨਾਲ ਤੇ ਕੁਝ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰਸ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਣੀ ਬਾਕੀ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ। ਫਿਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਆ ਜਾਣਗੇ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਅਨੀਤਾ ਆਨੰਦ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਨਗੇ। ਅਨੀਤਾ ਆਨੰਦ ਦੇ ਸੱਦੇ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਆ May 28 to 30th। ਵਾਂਗ ਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ, ਦਿਸ ਜੈਂਟਲਮੈਨ। ਹੁਣ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ, ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕੱਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਔਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਡੀਲ ਨੇੜੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਲੱਗ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕੁਝ ਤਾਕਤਾਂ ਐਸੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਲੱਗ ਗਈਆਂ ਕਿ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਡੀਲ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਿਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਹ ਨਾ ਸੁਧਰਨ, ਕੁਛ ਨਾ ਕੁਛ ਐਸਾ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਏ। ਉਹ 'ਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਰੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਕਈਆਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਨਿਭਾਏ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਨਿਭਾਏ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁਣ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਕੱਲ ਤੋਂ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੁਣ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਨਵੀਂ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ। ਚੀਨ ਦੇ ਇਸ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਦੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੇ ਆਉਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੀਨ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੰਟਰਫੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ, ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੰਟਰਫੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੁੱਟ ਇਟ ਓਵਰ ਹੇਅਰ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਿਖਾ ਵੀ ਦਿਆਂ ਕਿ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ। ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਹਿੱਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਇਸ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਕੀ ਉਹ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਸਾਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਅੱਗੇ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕਰਦਾ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਥਿੰਕ ਟੈਂਕ ਇਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ MIGS, ਇਹ ਹੈਗਾ ਮੌਂਟਰੀਅਲ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟ ਆਫ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਾਰਡਿੰਗ ਦ G7। ਗਾਰਡਿੰਗ ਦ G7, ਇਸ ਗਾਰਡਿੰਗ ਦ G7 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੀਜਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਇੰਟਰਫੇਅਰ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏ। ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ।
To launch our institute's latest report guarding the G7, countering Beijing's interference operations. We have seen across all G7 democracies systemic work by the Chinese government and the United Fronts Department to infiltrate, to influence public opinion, to engage in transnational oppression and all other forms of activities that the G7 should be working more closely together to counter. This report provides detailed chapters on all G7 countries showing similar patterns across the world of how the Chinese government tries to influence politics, influence public policy, and influence trade and economic interests on behalf of their interests, not on behalf of ours. So this report really calls for a more coordinated, measured approach by the G7 together We do know, and we do write in the report, that it's a tumultuous time for the G7. We've seen a rupture with the United States under Donald Trump's presidency, but we still have to stay the course with some of our key economic and democratic allies to work to protect our democracies from Chinese foreign interference and influence. It's a major problem, and we're calling for stronger action from Canada, Italy, Japan, the UK, France, and Germany. So with that being said, I would now like to turn to my colleague Marie Lemanche, who will talk a bit about the research. Marie?
Bonjour, hello. By comparing the tactics across different countries, our report really establishes a pattern of that appears across G7 democracies. But it's also, we must also mention that these tactics are also adaptive. They are long-term, and we see them in different sectors. It's a little bit like the ancient game, Chinese game Wai Qi. It takes place over several recurring tactics in areas of foreign influence. First, elite cooptation. The cultivation of political, economic, and academic elites over time is something that is clearly seen in all G7 countries. These efforts often operate through access, prestige, ego, partnerships, business tie, and long-term relationship buildings. So in the report, you will find examples from the UK, for example, with the case of Christine Lee, who had close ties to senior politicians in the UK. In France, the case of, for example, former Prime Minister Jean-Pierre Raffarin or Laurent Fabius are well known in France. In Italy, we're seeing a lot more local politicians being targeted, especially through ego and promises of development. Second, we also go into friendship associations. We identified a wide range of Beijing-linked associations that are important channels of foreign influence. There are business groups, diaspora groups, student groups at universities, cultural and professional associations, and academic networks. We also go into transnational repression and police stations. Laura Harth did a very good article yesterday in the Globe and Mail. Third, we also look into the media. In Italy in particular, there are now close ties between Chinese media and Italian media, official memorandum of understanding. So that means that the deal provide Italian outlets with free, ready-to-publish Chinese content, overwhelmingly positive in tone and lacking editorial scrutiny. So basically, that is being used to basically change or influence the narrative on China. Something that we have discussed quite a lot in Canada is academic and research influence. We highlight several concerns around academic and research influence. The concern is mainly around strategic research partnerships, talent recruitment, Confucius Institutes, and institutional dependencies in sensitive sectors, meaning AI, quantum technology, biotechnology. The UK at the moment is particularly fragile because since Brexit, it relies a lot on foreign students to keep afloat and on partnerships, including with Chinese universities. In 2025 in Bordeaux, France, a senior mathematician at the University of Bordeaux, alongside colleagues from other French universities, was investigated for allegedly enabling access to restricted defense and aerospace-related research through collaborations with Chinese institutions. So this is a warning sign for Canada as well. Finally, we'll also look into business, economic, and research influence. For example, countries like Germany have long had close relationships with China and are very dependent on companies over there. So in the long term, many of these relationships obviously are legitimate and economically beneficial, but they can create vulnerabilities and political pressure points. So this pattern is why we call for better research scrutiny among G7's partners and stronger protection for democratic institutions and diasporic communities. I'm also happy to answer any questions in French if you want to. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. And now I'd like to call the Honorable John McKay to give his opening remarks.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Marie. May I commend this report to everyone, especially in particular to my former colleagues, because these reports are dry and academic until you are one of the victims. And I dare say that many of my colleagues, my former colleagues, are in fact victims of political interference, directly or indirectly. In my case, I got a surprise telephone call from the head of a group I belong to, and of about an attempted hacking of my emails unsuccessfully. But while I was a member of parliament, the Chinese police stations were operative just outside of my riding, and we're influencing diaspora communities negatively, of course. And of course, because Canada in general and GTA in particular is about as multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multiracial community as there exists on the face of the earth, the Chinese community writ large, or more particularly it was victimized, as was the political element of that community, by Chinese interference. So I commend this report to my colleagues, my former colleagues, and I want to take this opportunity as well to note that the Minister of Foreign Affairs is apparently, for the first time in 10 years, making a visit to Canada from China. As this is an opportunity for a reset of our relationships between Canada and China, I hope that both ministers will take the opportunity to operationalize that reset so that this level of interference ceases, that both countries have an expectation that the other country will not involve itself in the items that have outlined very capably by Maria and Kyle in their report. So I'm rather hoping that in the event that there is a press conference, that question will be put to both ministers to A, see whether it's been discussed, and B, to see whether there's been any commitments made on the issue of foreign interference by the Chinese government in the affairs of Canada. So thank you. Let me turn it over to Kyle.
Thank you, John. I would now like to ask our other press conference expert with us, Dan Stanton, who's a former official with CSIS and now runs a national security program at the University of Ottawa. Dan.
Thank you, Kyle. Of my 32 years at CSIS, most of it was in counterintelligence. And when I started, it was the Cold War. And
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਚੀਨ ਦੇ ਹੁਣ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਉਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਰਿਪੋਰਟਸ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਫੋਰਨ ਇੰਟਰਫੇਰੈਂਸ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ RCMP ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ MOU ਸਾਈਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ, ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਆ ਉਹਦਾ, ਉਹ ਕੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ। ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਨਾਲ RCMP ਨੇ ਕਹਿਤਾ, ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ, ਉਹ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਿਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਔਰ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਏਜੰਸੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਡੈਨ ਸਟੈਂਟਨ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਐਂਟੀ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਸੁਣੋਗੇ ਐਂਟੀ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਗੱਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਐਂਟੀ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਗੱਲ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਡੈਨ ਸਟੈਂਟਨ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਸੋ ਕੁਝ ਇੱਕ ਅਜਿਹੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੁਣ ਰਿਟਾਇਰ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਰੈਲੇਵੈਂਟ ਰਹਿਣ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਆਨਸਰ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਪੁੱਛੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਸ਼ਾਮਿਲ ਨੇ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਕ ਵੱਡੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਡਿਸਕਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੀਤੀ। ਡੈਫੀਨੇਟਲੀ ਇਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਇੱਕ ਲਿਸਨਰ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਦ ਵੇ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਐਂਡ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਟਾਕ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਫੋਰਨ ਇੰਟਰਫੇਰੈਂਸ ਐਜ਼ ਸਿਮਿਲਰ ਟੂ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਇਜ਼ ਕ੍ਰੇਜ਼ੀ। ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਇੰਟਰਫੇਰੈਂਸ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਇਕੱਲੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਤੇ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਇੰਟਰਫੇਰੈਂਸ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੀ ਇੰਟਰਫੇਰੈਂਸ ਉਦੋਂ ਜੋੜ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਾ, ਜਸਟਿਨ ਟਰੂਡੋ ਨੂੰ, ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਚੀਜ਼ ਐਸੀ ਬਾਹਰ ਆ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਖਰਾਬ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸਾਡੇ viewer ਕਹਿੰਦੇ Dan Stanton has close ties to World Sikh Organization and Jaskaran Sandhu openly share misleading anti-India info and refrain from Khalistan criticism. ਉਹ ਭੱਜਦੇ ਆ ਤੋ ਖੈਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਸੀ
One is we've been hearing about the need to have guardrails, to put guardrails up. If Canada is re-engaging with China, we have to have guardrails to protect our security, our economic interests, and protect our diaspora communities, as well as politicians who are targeted by China or have been in the past. So that's key. And the last measure, the proposal we make is that we've seen, and the report outlines, how the sub-state level is particularly vulnerable to Chinese foreign interference, particularly at the provincial and municipal level. So we call for a more coordinated approach, intelligence sharing by federal authorities in all G7 countries with their local and municipal authorities, because that is the weakness and the blind spot that has to be corrected. With that being said, we are open to take any questions from journalists in the office, in the room, or from those following online.
So you touched on, obviously, the foreign minister's trip. I believe it's the 28th he'll be arriving. You guys are also sandwiched into some fairly sticky issues with India and their large delegation. Some comments the ambassador made to the Globe and Mail. There was one comment that sort of stuck out about how every embassy has sort of security agencies. So I just
ਅੱਛਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੁੱਛ ਰਹੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜੇਕਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇੱਥੇ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਸੇਫਟੀ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਹੈ ਸੀਸਿਸ ਦੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਆਈ ਫੀਲ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਇਹ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸੀਸਿਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀਸਿਸ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਪੁੱਛ ਲਓ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਸੀਸਿਸ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਸੇਫਟੀ ਦੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਆਈ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਬੇਸਡ ਖਾਲਿਸਤਾਨੀ ਐਕਸਟ੍ਰੀਮਿਸਟ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੈਫਰੈਂਸ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਔਰ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਜਿਓਗ੍ਰਾਫੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਭੂਗੋਲਿਕ ਖੇਤਰ ਹੈ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਮੁਲਕ ਅਜੇ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਂਦਾ ਉਹ ਹੈਗਾ ਤਿੱਬਤ ਨੂੰ ਚੀਨ ਆਪਣਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਮੰਨਦਾ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਤਿੱਬਤ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਈਲ 'ਚ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇੰਡੀਆ 'ਚ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਹੋਇਆ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਧਰਮਸ਼ਾਲਾ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਨਾਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਐਜ਼ ਰਿਫਿਊਜੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਇਨ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਈਲ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਿੱਕਿਓਂਗ ਦੀ ਓਥ ਟੇਕਿੰਗ ਸੈਰੇਮਨੀ ਹੋਈ ਸਿੱਕਿਓਂਗ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੋਲੀਟੀਕਲ ਲੀਡਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦਲਾਈ ਲਾਮਾ ਉਹ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਲੀਡਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦਲਾਈ ਲਾਮਾ ਉਹ ਸਪਿਰਿਚੁਅਲ ਲੀਡਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿੱਕਿਓਂਗ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ SIKYONG ਉਹ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਪੋਲੀਟੀਕਲ ਲੀਡਰ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਤਿੱਬਤ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੋਵਰਨ ਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਸਾਡਾ ਮੁਲਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਆਜ਼ਾਦ ਹੋਵੇ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਕਬਜ਼ਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਅੱਛਾ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਕਈ ਡਿਗਨਿਟਰੀਜ਼ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਰ ਫੋਰਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਡਿਗਨਿਟਰੀਜ਼ ਇਸ ਓਥ ਟੇਕਿੰਗ ਸੈਰੇਮਨੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਹੁੰਚੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਧਰਮਸ਼ਾਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਿਮਾਚਲ ਪ੍ਰਦੇਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਇਹ ਓਥ ਟੇਕਿੰਗ ਸੈਰੇਮਨੀ ਹੋਈ ਐਂਡ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਦਾ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਕੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਚੱਲੀ ਦਲਾਈ ਲਾਮਾ ਵੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਆਏ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਪਿਰਿਚੁਅਲ ਲੀਡਰ ਨੇ ਤਿੱਬਤੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਚੀਨ ਜੇ ਚੀਨ ਦੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀਏ ਚੀਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੰਨਦਾ ਚੀਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੰਨਦਾ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ ਧਰਮਸ਼ਾਲਾ ਤੋਂ ਤਿਬੇਤੀਅਨ ਸਪਿਰਿਚੁਅਲ ਲੀਡਰ ਦਲਾਈ ਲਾਮਾ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਿੱਕਿਓਂਗ ਦੀ ਇਨੈਗੋਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅਟੈਂਡ ਕੀਤਾ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦਾ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਪਹੁੰਚਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ
The apostle of world peace, the manifestation of Avalokiteshvara, the supreme protector and symbol of Tibet, the Dharma king of the three realms, I express my profound gratitude for His Holiness the Dalai Lama's immeasurable kindness in accepting our supplications and gracing us with your sacred presence at the swearing-in ceremony of the Sikyong of the 17th Kashak Central Tibetan Administration. I also extend my heartiest greetings to all our esteemed guests who have traveled long distances specifically to attend this ceremony. among whom, if I mention, we have Honorable
ਇਹ 'ਚ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਡਿਗਨਿਟਰੀਜ਼ ਵੀ ਗਈਆਂ ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਤੋਂ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਵੀ ਗਏ ANI ਦੇ ਮਾਧਿਅਮ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਚਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਡਾ ਕੰਟੈਕਟ ਹੈ ਸਾਡਾ MOU ਸਾਈਨ ਹੋਇਆ ਨਿਊ ਜਰਸੀ ਦਾ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ
and he is leading this UK delegation. He has visited Dharamsala several times and sought his holiness
ਦੱਸ ਰਹੇ
audience.
ਕਿ ਦੱਸ ਰਹੇ ਕਿ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਡਿਗਨਿਟਰੀਜ਼ ਆਏ ਆ
I also extend my heartiest greetings to all our esteemed guests who have traveled long distances specifically to attend this ceremony, among whom, if I mention, we have Honorable Chris Law and his wife, Miss Christie, Chris Law is the chairman of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Tibet in the UK Parliament, and he is leading this UK delegation. He has visited Dharamsala several times and sought His Holiness audience several times. He is accompanied by Miss Kerry McCarthy, who is a member of the Labour Party, a former government minister. Thank you very much for joining us at this occasion. And I am also happy to welcome Mrs. Alicia Alexandra Martha Kearns, whom I had the opportunity of meeting when she was the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the UK Parliament. And they are accompanied by Mrs. Vera Benedicta Hophouse and her husband, Mr. William Hophouse. Mrs. Vera and Kerry, they both have been involved in organizing and participating in many of the hearings on Tibet, and I'm very thankful that they joined the delegation this time. And from our host country, we have Honorable Member Tapir Gao from Arunachal Pradesh. Now, he has been an ardent supporter of Tibet along with Honorable Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh, and he is currently co-convener of the All-Party Parliamentary Forum for Tibet. He is accompanied by Honorable Sujit Kumarji, who is an old friend personally and also an old friend of Tibet, has been associated as convener of the All-Party Parliamentary Forum for Tibet in the Indian Parliament for one term. Now he is a member of the Rajya Sabha. Now we also have Honorable Member Luis Mala Valenzuela, deputy from Chile. This is his second visit to Dharamsala. We have many friends in Venezuela along with him, and this morning also he expressed the support of all his parliamentary friends and supporters from Chile to His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And we also have Mr. Jose Francisco Lira Alvarado. He is a deputy from El Salvador. His first visit to Dharamsala. And El Salvador is also facing similar problems like us because they have a more autocratic government and they are also struggling for more democracy in their own country. And we also have Mr. Ajay Dayal representing the US Embassy in New Delhi, also representing the United States government, along with some dignitaries. We also have faculty and students from Emory University who have a program going on. There is a Emory Center for Compassion Center of Emory University led by Professor Geshi Losantenzi Negila, and about nearly 300 participants. They have been diligently following His Holiness' advice on sea learning and making sure that to train the trainers in the field of sea learning, which I personally consider as one of His Holiness' greatest contribution to humanity. I also express my gratitude to the present and former dignitaries of the Central Tibetan Administration, to the civil servants, to the monastic and lay community present here, and especially to my fellow Tibetans inside Tibet. In 2021, when I stood as a candidate for Sikong, I pledged that I would not be part of any election campaign that could lead to division within the community. Staying true to that commitment, I did not campaign at all during this election. However, with the majority mandate from the public, I was re-elected as a Sikong for the second term. For that, I express my heartfelt gratitude to all those who participated in the electoral process. I firmly believe that every accomplishment of the 16th Kashak in the spheres of politics, administration, and social welfare is solely due to the boundless blessings and far-reaching noble deeds of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. I also would like to point out the unwavering and timely assistance of the oath-bound protective deities of Tibet. My three colleagues in the cabinet, each of whom shouldered their respective departmental responsibilities and contributed collectively to the endeavors of the Kashak. The dedicated efforts of the civil servants and the collective strength of organizations and the monastic and lay communities alike. And in particular, the unyielding commitment of the Tibetan people inside Tibet, their devotion and longing for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and their determination to preserve our national identity. This remains the main source of inspiration that drives our work. Taking this opportunity, I express my sincere and heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you. The 17th Kashak reiterates our commitment to keep the thought and counsel of His Holiness the Dalai Lama at its very core. We shall uphold equitable justice founded on rules and regulations, harness collective effort through principled policy implementation, and move forward to achieve common goals. The Kashak will pursue political and social welfare initiatives with the primary goal of long-term sustainability of the Tibetan struggle until a just resolution of the Sino-Tibet conflict is achieved. Given the Chinese government's current policy direction towards the nationalities, there does not seem to be much space for negotiations. Nevertheless, the 17th Kashak remains firmly committed to the middle way policy envisioned by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, which seeks a resolution to the Sino-Tibet conflict through non-violence, dialogue, and mutual benefit that would be lasting. Accordingly, until a resolution is achieved, we will continue the back-channel communications with caution and steadiness with the Chinese government while pursuing strategies to strengthen international recognition and support for the middle way policy. The United States Tibetan Policy and Support Act of 2020 authorized sanctions against Chinese officials who will interfere in the recognition of His Holiness the Dalai Lama's reincarnation. Similarly, the 2024 Promoting a Resolution to the Tibet-China Dispute Act, in short, Resolve Tibet Act, acknowledges Tibet's historical status and recognizes the Tibet-China dispute as unresolved that needs to be resolved under international law. In this context, we remain committed to countering disinformation and misleading narratives propagated by the Chinese government regarding His Holiness the Dalai Lama's reincarnation and the historical status of Tibet as a sovereign state, while providing factual information to strengthen global support for the Tibetan cause. The most pressing challenge in Tibet today is the Chinese government's systematic and overarching state-backed implementation of policies and programs aimed at erasing Tibetan national identity. At the same time, China has deliberately spread misinformation and propaganda to create division within exiled communities, including the Central Tibetan Administration, Tibetan organizations, and support groups.
Hi guys, imagine this. A million years ago, two dinosaurs browsing on the internet on their company laptop.
Weakening the unity of the Tibetan struggle movement. It is therefore essential for all to remain vigilant against such interference, particularly those engaged in the voluntary Tibet advocacy group. The 17th Kashak shall further strengthen this initiative by enhancing capacity based on knowledge, technology, infrastructure, and institutional systems, while expanding e-governance through improved data management and database systems. Leveraging information technology and artificial intelligence will enhance advocacy efforts, increase administrative efficiency, improve public service delivery, and strengthen communication with the community, an approach particularly suited to Tibetans living in exile across the globe. By strengthening the administration's management systems for collecting, analyzing, and sharing information, and by using all available channels to highlight the Tibetan cause and the aspirations of its people, a communication strategy will be developed to ensure timely and clear outreach to all stakeholders. Tibetans in exile must not only adhere to the Charter of Tibetans in Exile and its governing regulations, but also compliance with international norms and laws of host countries is a fundamental promise of our charter and essential to sustaining our existence in exile. The 16th Kashak has consistently worked to ensure this commitment is effectively implemented across the Tibetan administration and its autonomous and semi-autonomous bodies, and we will continue to do so. Moreover, living in harmony and in accordance with the law of our host countries is not only vital for a peaceful and stable life, but also a key means of upholding the dignity and values that Tibetan people embody. Caring for the elderly, the destitute, the sick, and those facing physical and mental hardships is a core principle repeatedly advocated by His Holiness the Dalai Lama and is also an unavoidable responsibility of the administration. Guided by transparency, equity, efficiency, and sustainability, the Kashak will implement social welfare initiatives, including the completion and management of public infrastructure, youth skill development, school consolidation for greater efficiency, and improved healthcare and preventive services, with special attention to vulnerable groups. At the same time, advancing self-sufficiency within the Central Tibetan administration and the exiled Tibetan community remains critical to sustaining
for people to choose their own leader. So there are lessons here for China to learn from too, and I hope a solution could be found very near the future.
Tibetan cause in the long term. We express our sincere gratitude to all those who have contributed to this effort and encourage continued collective action from both organizations and individuals. The 17th Kashak solemnly pledges to ensure that all official responsibilities are carried out smoothly and that His Holiness the Dalai Lama is not unduly disturbed by the trivial matters of the community, and that we continue to win the trust of the Tibetans inside Tibet. Since last year, alongside the 90th birthday celebrations of His Holiness as a year of compassion, many organizations and individuals have offered long life prayers to His Holiness the Dalai Lama. The most meaningful offering we can make is to put his teachings into practice. We therefore urge all Tibetans to remember our shared identity as political exiles, set aside differences, foster unity, and fulfill our individual responsibilities towards the common cause of Tibet. Despite the Chinese government's systematic efforts to undermine Tibetan national identity, China cannot weaken the Tibetan people's enduring bond with their homeland. Since the dawn of civilization, Tibetans have remained the rightful custodians of the land of snow, sustained by a deep spiritual and cultural connection. We therefore urge Tibetans within Tibet to begin at the household level by nurturing in their children a strong sense of identity rooted in the Tibetan language, religion, and culture. I also take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to the government and people of India, the United States, and all our supporters. Your support remains key to the effective continuation of our struggle for truth and justice. In conclusion, I pray for the long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, and may his noble thoughts embodied in the four principal commitments continue to spread across the globe. May the auspicious day of reunion for Tibetans, both inside and outside Tibet, emerge soon. Thank you. Gyabjor dirini ngazu pödön denta sewe kapjuki shiden soshi juktar chino khonstamgo chumcho kuzi shabe kejer tenjin zegur namshi chinap jigden kyona tarshin gebatang shije nyamzom ji kesan nyurdu chabe nolamshu sigyongke shige 군중 카지 패배와당 계지 지졸이야 다니 시경 탐비기 시경 그 땀시에디 kengoguirosan engineer many future. I begin by offering my deepest reverence and obeisance of body, speech, and mind to His Holiness the Great 14th Dalai Lama of Tibet, the Apostle of World Peace, the manifestation of Avalokiteshvara, the Supreme Protector and symbol of Tibet, the Dharma King of the three realms. I express my profound gratitude for His Holiness the Dalai Lama's immeasurable kindness in accepting our supplications and gracing us with your sacred presence at the swearing-in ceremony of the Sikyong of the 17th Kashak Central Tibetan Administration. I also extend my heartiest greetings to all our esteemed guests who have traveled long distances specifically to attend this ceremony, among whom, if I mention, we have Honorable.
Welcome to the new generation of what.
Ms. Christie, Chris Law is the chairman of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Tibet in the UK Parliament, and he is leading this UK delegation. He has visited Dharamsala several times and sought His Holiness audience several times. He is accompanied by Ms. Kerry McCarthy, who is a member of the Labour Party, a former government minister.
लोग आए हैं ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਿਗਨਿਟਰੀਜ਼ ਨੇ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਕਾਫੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਦਲਾਈ ਲਾਮਾ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਵੀ ਗਿਆ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਕਈ ਦਿਨ ਤੋਂ ਦਲਾਈ ਲਾਮਾ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬੜੇ ਵੱਡੀ ਗਿਣਤੀ 'ਚ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਵੀ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਵੀ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਤਰੀਕਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਔਰ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਰਿਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ ਜੋੜਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੰਕ ਸਕੂਲ ਆਫ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੰਕ ਸਕੂਲ ਆਫ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਐਂਡ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਆਫ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਿਊਸ਼ ਗੋਇਲ ਗਏ ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟਸ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦਾ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਫਸਟ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਹੈ। ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੀਯੂਸ਼ ਗੋਇਲ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮੰਕ ਸਕੂਲ ਆਫ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਐਂਡ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਆਫ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੰਬੋਧਿਤ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਕੱਲੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਈ। ਸਿਰਫ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਡੂਅਲ ਡਿਗਰੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਜਾਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਆ, ਇੱਥੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਪਿਊਸ਼ ਗੋਇਲ ਨੇ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਕੋਰੀਡੋਰ ਹੈ, ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਟਰੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਇੰਟਰੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੁੱਟ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ। ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਟਰੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਕੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੱਸਦਾ, ਔਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੀਜਨਲ ਚੈਂਬਰਸ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਕੋਰੀਡੋਰ, ਉੱਥੇ ਕੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੀ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਬੈਕ ਟੂ ਬੈਕ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਮਹਾਵੀਰ ਸਿੰਘ ਵੀ ਬੈਠੇ, ਦਿਨੇਸ਼ ਕੁਮਾਰ ਨਾਇਕ ਬੈਠੇ।
Members from different chambers of commerce, from different organizations across Canada. Thank you very much for taking the time and being with us today. It's been a phenomenal experience listening to each one of you.
You are right ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਵੀਰ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕੁਆਲਿਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦੀ ਉਹ ਪੂਅਰ ਹੈ। ਯੈਸ, ਦੈਟਸ ਅ ਪੂਅਰ ਕੁਆਲਿਟੀ, ਬਟ ਕੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ, ਜੋ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਜੀ।
I love the competition in the room between 5,000 chartered accountants and 8,000 IoT engineers. Deeply value the wonderful suggestions we received from literally every one of you. To Lisa's point, we would love to have a startup bridge between India and Canada. Makes tremendous sense and complementarity. To the suggestion to have greater engagement, maybe even a WhatsApp group, but even greater engagement between all of these associations and different chambers on a more regular basis. I think that's a brilliant suggestion. I've been taking notes of all that has been said and done, but I would like to start by thanking High Commissioner and Consul General for actually putting all of you together in this way. That is very, very engaging 2 days in Canada. Most productive, very fruitful, outcome-oriented, not a minute to spare or waste. And a lot of unique elements, including what we are doing today. I've been traveling the world for the last 12 years in different portfolios. Incidentally, this is my 10th portfolio. Can cut both ways. I don't do such a lousy job. Then I'll shunt it out from one to the other, or hopefully some delivery. But it's pretty wonderful to see each one of you having the desire to contribute to this effort to bring India and Canada closer together. I can sense in your conversations a desire to give back to your motherland. I saw some elements of feedback coming in which will be very useful for my negotiations. The sectors that were mentioned by some of you. Because AI is typically something we talk about today. Mining and clean energy is obviously Canada's strength. But somebody mentioned e-waste, and that's exciting. We haven't yet been able to really crack the code in India. We're trying to work on it, but still a long way to go. And a matter of deep concern for government. Agri was mentioned as critical minerals, but somebody also mentioned tourism. We miss the opportunities. I mentioned about it at Brampton yesterday. But tourism is a tremendous possibility between the two countries. And I mean high-end tourism. I've been studying the profile of tourists who come to India. And I think we've not yet cracked the code. And we have a lot of work to do at our end. How to get the high-end tourists to come to India, the spenders, the guys who are really putting dollars on the table. Because at the end of the day, India's strengths are multi-phase. It's not just about trading goods and services. The amount of possibilities in education, in tourism, the contribution that many of you and others across the world, the 40 million Indians around the world, who send remittances back home, in a way building our trade deficit in goods, largely making us surplus, if I think trade deficit in goods, with the trade surplus in services, plus remittances, they're actually a surplus. Which is what brings a lot of strength to the India growth story, a lot of fundamental ability to counter crises or challenges that we are often encountered with. And therefore, I think today's engagement is extremely useful. One feedback I got from the High Commissioner, and I'm not saying this so that I want us to start jogging your mind and giving us this feedback. You just mentioned you need to be incorporated for 5 years before you can bid for government contracts. So that's a very interesting non-tariff barrier. My mind has been working that I need to introduce something like that in India. You get the point? It's very important to get these conversations going, this feedback coming in. I go across the world doing trade deals or negotiating for concessions or offering concessions in lieu of something in return. One of my greatest concerns is that our businesses don't complain enough. I don't want you to become crybabies, but our businesses don't give us enough feedback on what are the documents to your work in your countries to import and export from your country to providing services in your country. For example, this is a very simple, elementary issue. And if Canada can do it, India can do it. And we can ward off some of the competition at least for 5 years. Right? Not to say we don't want to open our doors to international engagement. But what I can do like this, that whoever allows us to compete right from day one, we'll allow you. You hold us back for 5 years, I'll hold you back for 5 years. Reciprocity is the name of the game. In the name of these things, we've got to work on all of this. And therefore, when I see such a lovely gathering which covers the length and breadth of Canada, not just one province or one city, but the breadth of Canada. And we have with us our own chambers. And this is an experiment we've been working of late, wherein all our delegations, we have one anchor chamber, but we involve all the other chambers along with it. In our delegation also, there are 112 people plus, I don't know what the final number was, probably the largest delegation ever to meet the shores of India. We have people from across the length and breadth of India. There will be people from northeast, north, south, east, west, small chambers, local chambers, not just people and COI dominated. And I would urge all of you also to look at it in the same way. Just like you have your cultural exchanges where you celebrate Navratri or Diwali, or you have Lagnas, or you have the Dalgid Tosan show in the next 2 or 3 days. Those large cultural gatherings should now become a template for large business gatherings, for understanding each other, connecting with each other, connecting the dots on opportunities in Canada, opportunities in India. And when this two-way bridge of technology, talent, and innovation gets set, sky is the limit in terms of potential. We have, of course, set a target to do $50 billion in goods and services, as against $17 billion today, which is almost 3x in 5 years. It's a very ambitious target, but eminently doable, because there's been a lot of lost opportunities in the past. Some because of political circumstances, a lot because in India we have still not yet got into exploring the world as much as we should have. There's a cozy, comfort, large Indian market, 140 crore Indians. तुम जो बनाओगे बिक जाएगा. तो लोग बाहर देखने की सोचते ही नहीं है. कौन मदद करेगा, कौन माथा पच्ची करेगा, you know that word. दिल्ली का वर्ड यूज करने को पढ़ने में कौन पड़ेगा.
पंजाबी ਦਾ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਸੀ ਵੈਸੇ.
So much keen and enthusiastic to take this strategic partnership where we complement each other. Really, we don't have any struggle between Canada and India. At $55,000 per capita income, nothing from Canada can hurt India's interests, except when we need it.
ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਸ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਬੈਕ ਟੂ ਬੈਕ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ. ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ. ਹੁਣ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ 5 ਘੰਟੇ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ 5.5 ਘੰਟੇ ਦਾ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ. ਬਟ ਆਮ ਰੀਲੀ ਥੈਂਕਫੁਲ ਟੂ ਆਲ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਸੁਣਿਆ, ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਸ਼ਿਰਕਤ ਕੀਤੀ. ਐਂਡ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਡੂ ਲਾਈਕ, ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਐਂਡ ਸਬਸਕ੍ਰਾਈਬ. ਔਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਜੂਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਚੇਂਜ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਵਾਂਗੇ. ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਥੋੜਾ ਲੰਬਾ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ. ਕੁਝ ਚੇਂਜਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ. ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਿਓ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਚੇਂਜਸ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ. ਇਨ ਕੇਸ ਇਫ ਯੂ ਨੀਡ, ਅਦਰਵਾਈਜ਼ ਕੁਝ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੇਂਜਸ ਹੋਣਗੀਆਂ. ਬਟ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਬਿਹਤਰ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਨੇ. ਲਾਈਕ ਕਰੋ, ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰੋ, ਸਬਸਕ੍ਰਾਈਬ ਕਰੋ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਡਰਬੀ. ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ.